Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is now 12:24 p.m. on Tuesday, April 9th. We are conducting this hearing in person in the John A. Wilson Building in room 412 and streaming online, the council channel website, channel 13, on the council's website at YouTube at CM Brooke Pinto and on X at CM Brooke Pinto. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibilities for matters affecting the district courts, criminal law, procedure and justice, public safety, including policing, violence prevention and intervention, and civilian police oversight, access to justice, including victim services and justice grants, fire and emergency medical services, and the district's 911 and 311 services, forensic science, fatality review and medical examinations, homeland security and emergency response, adult corrections, family law, probate and estates, child support, and women's and gender policy. Today, the committee will continue with our hearings and review of the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget and financial plan. We will discuss the proposed budgets for the following agencies. First, the Office of Police Complaints, and second, the Metropolitan Police Department. First, the Office of Police Complaints. The office was created to offer an independent system of review of citizens against police officers in the district. OPC investigates, mediates, and adjudicates complaints against MPD officers as well as DC Housing Authority police. OPC also makes policy recommendations to the council, the mayor, and MPD and DC HAPD to ensure our police departments are employing best practices that enhance public safety and promote trust in the communities that they serve. The mayor's proposed FY 2025 budget allocates approximately $3.3 million for OPC, which represents a slight decrease compared to FY 2024. There's no proposed change to the overall number of full-time equivalents, otherwise known as positions, at OPC. But I do have some questions for OPC today about changes to some of the numbers of FTEs in certain divisions. I'll also have questions about OPC's ability to effectively oversee MPD with their current budget and the mayor's proposed budget as we move forward. We'll then turn to the budget for the Metropolitan Police Department, or MPD. MPD is the district's primary law enforcement agency. The mayor's FY 2025 proposed budget includes roughly $575 million for MPD, representing a 13% increase from FY 2024 and an increase of around 100 FTEs or positions total. Some of the new positions funded in this budget proposal include 40 civilian community safety officers. The budget proposal includes $8.7 million for these officers. I'm very interested to hear from MPD today about how they plan to use these civilians to improve public safety and operations. I think this could be a very valuable investment in civilianization at a time when we have a significant shortage in officers. And I'm looking forward to hearing from Chief Smith about what her specific plans are to utilize these new officers most effectively. I'm also looking forward to talking with Chief Smith more broadly about hiring and retention, which is an area where MPD has struggled over the past several years. In recent months, we have seen some reason for optimism, with the department seeing a net increase in sworn officers in 4 of the past 6 months. I'm going to repeat that again. Of 4 of the last 6 months, we have seen a net increase in officers at MPD. This is the first time we've seen this since 2019. I'm hoping to hear from the chief about how we can build on that success and which incentives have been worth the investment and whether any of them have been less effective as we continue to work to build up our force this year. In addition, I'm interested in hearing about some of the larger capital projects within MPD that the mayor has proposed funding for this year, particularly the purchase of a new crime-fighting technology, which includes a significant expansion of MPD's CCTV camera system. I'm happy to see that there were no budget cuts to these crucial agencies. MPD plays a key role in keeping our residents and visitors safe, and OPC ensures accountability and transparency in how MPD keeps us safe, which in turn helps us maintain and improve community trust throughout our city. As we see some notable improvements in crime trends, with violent crime down 22% year to date to last year, it's crucial that we continue to invest in good police and policing, as well as effective oversight. We can do both. We are joined today by my colleague, Ward 4 Council Member Janice Lewis George. Council Member Lewis George, I can turn to you for any opening statement you may have.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, Director Tobin, Chief Smith, and all the witnesses who made time to come share your feedback with us today. I also want to express my appreciation for MPD's 4th District Commander, Nikki Levenhouse, who has been a good partner in working to keep Ward 4 safe. The role of police in our community is ever evolving, and MPD must be responsive to those needs, transparent about its actions, and accountable for the outcomes of its work. While we have made some progress in that direction, there is still a long way to go. As one of the only agencies not facing budget cuts in fiscal year 25, I have very high expectations for what MPD must accomplish and plan to explore those with the agency and the public today. What strategic decisions will be made to be more effective with the resources we have and to improve outcomes for district residents. The Office of Police Complaints work is critical to public trust building, public trust in MPD, and ensuring that MPD is serving the public with integrity. And I want to ensure that OPC has the funding necessary to continue the crucial work, these areas of work that they do. These areas will be the focus of my questions today. So thank you, Councilmember Pinto, and I look forward to hearing from our witnesses and our government today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Lewis George. We are now going to turn to the first agency on our agenda today, the Office of Police Complaints, or OPC. We would like to call our public witness, Brent Sullivan. Welcome, and you're the only one at the table today, so feel free to sit wherever you'd like. And per usual, public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony. Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan, whenever you're ready.
Thanks so much. So we've been here now maybe 6 or 7 times. I'm extraordinarily moved by the statements that were made by you, Councilwoman, with regard to the future of our values in this town. We have a haves and have-not system here in this city, where if you've got the world's best lawyers and some horrific police work, then it's, you got a chance. All of the assistant U.S. attorneys that I've talked to said that, if you get the wrong judge on the wrong day, innocent men and women all over this town could easily be in jail for a very long time. I've addressed numerous issues with this committee. We've made no progress whatsoever. I've worked with Evan Maroff, who I see here today. I've worked with you, Chairwoman, on the rampant fraud in the MPD. As I stated in our last hearing, as much as I find Mr. Tobin to be a lovely guy, the OPC is pretty close to useless. It has very little jurisdiction over anything at all that relates to MPD fraud, fabricating evidence, planting drugs, hiding guns. As we talked about at the last hearing, really the only thing the OPC has jurisdiction over is force, which is a seriously corrupt problem, and language. Well, that, given the fact that we've had so many issues within the MPD for so many years, and let's just take this a step further, and I wish I was wrong on this, but even the chief herself has stated that when the OPC finally does come up with a report, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but it looks like you guys have cut the OPC budget. It looks like it's down by 50 grand, not up, and given the overwhelming corruption that I've presented repeatedly in emails. 2 days ago, I sent everybody emails about the extensive level of corruption. John Knutson, Ben Hyman, Kelly O'Meara, and not my opinion, the opinion of the courts. The fact that when something finally is done by OPC, it's submitted to none other than the chief of police. And the chief of police, basically from what I've seen over the last 3 years, does nothing. Chief Connie does nothing. Chief Smith, no one can find Chief Smith. She can be found on Instagram and TikTok. But these are very, very problematic systemic issues. I'm deeply troubled by the fact that we can spend $6 million on a helicopter for the MPD, and we only spend $3 million for the OPC. That makes no sense to me. We're going to build a new jail, $500 million jail, but we can't invest in the OPC. We're going to spend $500 million on this trolley, and yet we don't invest in OPC. And the budget totally demolishes the criminal reform code. So does crime no longer need reform? Do we not have a mass incarceration issue? I hope that somebody, mostly you, Chairwoman, can finally answer these questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan. I have no questions for this witness. Okay, thank you for being here. I will now call our government witness, Michael Tobin, Executive Director of the Office of Police Complaints, who is joining us online. Welcome, Director Tobin.
Thank you very much.
And Director, as you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you to raise your right hand and take yourself off mute. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
I appreciate that, and good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. As you just indicated, my name is Mike Tobin. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Police Complaints, and I really appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony today regarding our proposed budget for fiscal year 2025. At our performance hearing that we had on February 13th, just a short while ago, we discussed our agency's work and our developments over the last fiscal year, as well as our priorities for the current year. And I always want to start out by thanking my agency staff for their continued dedication and their hard work towards getting our mission accomplished. We're a small office. I say that a lot, but we are, in the big picture of things, we are a relatively small office in DC government, but I'll tell you, we've got some very dedicated employees that really get the job done, and without them, we couldn't do it. So I do want to thank them publicly for all the work that they do. Now, I'll get down to some of the numbers now. First of all, the mayor's proposed fiscal year budget is $3,309,210. That's a net decrease of about $3,800, which is really approximately 0.1% of the fiscal year 24 approved budget. This net change it's essentially static in both personnel and non-personnel services. The proposed budget is, as it is every year with our office, the majority is for personnel services, and then we have a small amount, about $170,000 out of the current proposal. That's for non-personnel services. I'd like to first review just a general overview of the proposed non-personnel services budget. This portion of the budget supports the general operations of the office, including our mediation program, our adjudication program, and the work of the investigative unit. Some of our community outreach activities are also in this part of the budget, publication of our periodic reports, and the research we do that's related to policy recommendations that we put out. All those programs are part of the non-personal services budget, and they're measured. All of those things, by the way, are measured in our agency performance plan that's publicly available to anybody that's watching that wants to look at that data in more detail. So in context, almost half of the non-personnel services budget was allocated for our two main functions in that category, and that is mediation is one of them, and the second one is adjudication. In reference to mediation, to date, so far in this fiscal year 24, we have expended approximately $8,200 for independent expert mediators. And they did 20 mediation sessions compared to last year. We spent, at this point in time, we spent $8,700 to do 21 mediation sessions. So we're pretty much on track this fiscal year with where we were last year. About 10% or close to 10% of all of our complaints are resolved through the mediation program, at least on an annual basis. And when we do surveys of the participants afterwards, we survey both the complainants and the police officers, and almost all the time they're very satisfied with the outcome of the mediation, because a lot of times people, complainants in particular, just want to be heard and want to express to the officer how they felt about how they were treated. And that's frequently what's accomplished in mediation. And the other interesting thing about mediation too, just from a practical perspective, is that the officers, when they participate, and by the way, they have to participate. We'll order them in, and they are compelled to participate in mediation. But almost every time, they also come back with good feelings about mediation. They learn something too, about the process and about the complainant and how to do things differently the next time. So it's been a really successful program that we've run, and we do run it as I would say, a very fiscally responsible manner, as I just indicated with the numbers that I just gave you. So as the chairperson just indicated a few minutes ago, the Office of Police Complaints' main priority for every fiscal year is to improve community trust in the district police forces. And the mediation program really is a big part of it, because it helps with community trust. And that complainant that goes to mediation is going to tell all of their family members, their friends, their relatives, our goal is that, they're going to say to their friends and relatives, I sat down with the officer listened to me. The officer was actually a human being, and they understood how I felt, and we ended up with a good resolution of the case at the end. At the end, we were happy with it. And that's really the goal of improving community trust. A lot of times it's done one person at a time and one officer at a time, and that's what mediation does. But it really expands throughout the whole community, eventually when it works well. So we've got a very good program. Multiple times, even in the last year or two, we've been asked to present our program to other jurisdictions, and we recently did a national program on mediation to a national audience of police oversight practitioners and police departments on how to set up and do a mediation program. So we're really looked at, and proud of that, we're really looked at by other places across the country as one of the model agencies, the way to do it right. So that's a good thing, and it's an area definitely that we need to maintain our funding in. The next area I wanted to mention, and I won't take up too much more of the committee's time on my opening statement, but I wanted to talk about adjudication. That's our other major program for that program. And so far this year, we've adjudicated 7 cases through our complaint program, and it's cost about $5,600. And last year, we were again pretty much the same on track. Last year at this time, we expended about $6,400 with 8 cases. And again, what that is when we determine that an officer actually committed misconduct and violated policies and procedures of the police department, we have several options available. One of them is mediation. One of them is rapid resolution, when we send the case to the district commander to resolve on an informal basis. Another way that we resolve cases is to find that there was misconduct. And if we make that finding, then it goes to an independent hearing examiner. It's sort of like an ALJ, administrative law judge system, where we bring in and we pay DC lawyers that are experienced in this area and experienced in litigation to act as a hearing examiner and to review the case and investigation that we did. And if that hearing examiner concurs and agrees that the officer committed misconduct, then that case gets forwarded to the police chief, and the police chief issues discipline. So what I just described is what we call the adjudication program. And that's what we spent so far $5,600 on this year. So as we move forward to the end of this fiscal year and the beginning of next year, I'm pretty optimistic about what we're facing as far as changes in organization or authority and in our jurisdiction, because I'll remind you again that over the last 5 years now, we've seen a steady and record-setting increase in the number of complaints. I mean, just about every year, year over year, we're seeing a record-setting increase in the history of the agency of more complaints coming in. And the question always comes up, well, okay, why is that? I wish I had a definitive answer for you. I have my own hypothesis of multiple reasons. One of them is we allow people to file online complaints now, and that makes it easier for people to do it. Another one is that MPD is complying better with the NEAR Act provisions that require them to forward all complaints to our office. And I think individuals may be more willing to file a complaint knowing that it's investigated by an independent agency like us, and also knowing that in most of the complaints filed now, complainants can have confidence in knowing that there's an independent third-party witness to that incident, and that's the body-worn camera. And that's before we had that, we had much lower levels of complaints filed, and now I think people hopefully are more confident that we will be able to conduct a thorough investigation because there was a witness there with the camera. So that's been helping a lot. So that's my hypothesis about some of the reasons why we've had such an increase in complaints. And of course, the outlier reason that's always out there is that there may be unidentified factors within MP that have increased officer negative behavior. I haven't defined that or identified anything in particular with respect to that, but that's always out there in the back of our minds, is there's something going on with an MPD that's causing this increase in complaints. And I don't see anything in the current fiscal year that's working on in that direction, other than the normal factors that we see year over year. So I just want to explain that about it, and as far as how we deal with that. I really believe in taking great steps in managing our fiscal stewardship responsibilities. Even with this significant increase in the number of complaints, we don't really maintain any degree of case backlog anymore. Case backlog went away years ago, and we try to maintain efficiency and look at everything. We have regular periodic meetings within our office just to discuss how we can do things better and more efficiently, and frequently involves technology and improving our internal processes. And we've honed those down to a very, very sharp blade right now as far as utilizing efficiency and technology to the maximum degree so that we can make the best use of taxpayer dollars. As far as so far this year, at least as of last week when I last looked, we closed the majority of over 75% of our cases are closed in less than 6 months, and most of those are closed a lot less than that. We always have a few outlier cases that change the averages. We always have a few more complicated cases that draw that average up. But overall, we are at a very good, I feel, very good complaint resolution time, and that's something our office is proud of also. And that's despite the increased workload. So the last thing I wanted to mention was our personal services budget. I think that as far as continuing that, it's going to depend, part of that's going to depend on any jurisdictional changes and any police reform measures that would get funded in the coming year that have not been funded last year and the year before that. Because our budget really in the Office of Police Complaints is inextricably linked to police reform. If we're to move forward with true police reform in our community, the role of our office and the role of the Civilian Police Complaints Board must change and improve along with its budget authority. There have been approved provisions that have altered our jurisdictional authority and responsibilities, but many of these provisions have remained unfunded this past year. And I'd like this committee to seriously consider funding them for the upcoming year. If these provisions are not funded, they're just aspirational goals, and they don't really help us help community trust in the community. Some of those provisions are really true cornerstones of actual police oversight in allowing us to have a role in things like such as the role of disciplining in officers that have committed misconduct, having our office have a direct role in what level of discipline the officer receives. Another one is direct input into the policies and procedures of the department. Right now, our authority is limited to just making recommendations, and the police department can follow them or not follow them. And we issue an annual report indicating that many of those recommendations are not followed by the police department. So having a more direct role in that, in the policies and procedures, I think is important. Publication of police officer disciplinary data, unfettered access to MPD records, expanded investigative jurisdiction to include anonymous complaints and other misconduct discovered in the investigation. All of these things that I've just mentioned in the last minute or so have been legislatively approved, but they have been either unfunded in our office or unfunded in MPD's budget. So I like I mean, if I have one big ask today of the committee, that's it, is to take a close look at these unfunded provisions and see if we can find some money, some budget somewhere to help us move forward on those provisions. Without that, we won't be able to move forward with putting them into effect. So I just want to conclude with that, and that really concludes my prepared remarks. I look forward to working with this committee. You've been a great help so far. All of the individuals on this committee are very supportive of our work that we do, and I really appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that in the past, at least, we've been given sufficient authority to get our work done, and we're going to continue doing that. So I look forward to any questions that the committee has at this time. Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, Director Tobin, for your testimony and for all of the work you and your hardworking team do throughout the year. We really appreciate it. We're going to do 10-minute rounds for council members who are here. I want to start, Director, with an understanding of what this budget proposal means to your staffing. So it looks like there are 3 additional FTEs in the investigation division, but that there's one fewer FTE in executive administration and 2 fewer in the policy recommendations division. And so was that something that you had articulated asking for as a priority to rebalance the work going on within OPC, or how, if not, how do you think that will affect your operations?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. And at least 2 of those positions I requested last year, and they are really dependent on funding. One is the policy individual, and then the office executive level. I'm messing up the actual title right now, but 2 of the positions are dependent on funding the police reform measures. One of them would assist with working with the police department, with MPD on their policies and procedures, when assuming that we would have direct input into the policies and procedures and have to and be approving and have an input and approve the process before they're implemented by MPD. And then the other one is dependent on the other unfunded provision, in which would give me the authority to actually either issue or approve or recommend the level of discipline that an officer would receive if a complaint examiner agrees with me that misconduct was committed. And then the police chief would have an opportunity to respond to that level of discipline, where that would give us a more direct input into discipline of the officers. So those two positions have been on hold because those provisions have been unfunded so far as implementing them within MPD's side of it. So I hope that answers that part of the question. We recently hired another investigator that was approved in our last year's budget. Gave us 1 more investigator, and that's included. And we have an offer pending right now with our regular research analyst. That position is going to be filled. It was recently vacated and will be filled again. That research analyst works on our current annual reports, use of force reports, analyzing data and looking at trends within MPD and complaints. And we've also recently had to post our clerical assistant, which is our office front desk receptionist. That position was recently vacated, and that has been posted already, and we're about ready to do interviews on that position. So that's I think the current status of the position. Some of the other ones that usually this question also comes up to is what about these other vacant positions that are not open right now? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vacant positions that are interns, and they work only during the summers. They're just summer interns. 2 of them are law students, and one is a public affairs person, and the others are people that are interested in doing investigative work, and they work with investigators. So those are part-time LTEs that are just for the summer for college students. So
Got it. Okay.
I hope that answers that.
Thank you for that context.
If you like, Councilmember, I can clarify on the table specifically. This is Dan Proudfoot, Agency Fiscal Officer.
Sure.
In terms of the shift, so the table 4 you're looking at, really the decrease to executive administration is just the administrative assistant was moved down to investigations. We can always move that back. It just depends on how these are coded in the system of record, which is PeopleSoft. So sometimes a year-over-year snapshot, the position attributes, if you will shift slightly. And then when the 2 new FTEs were added, as far as 24 was concerned, there was 1 policy analyst and 1 investigator. They were initially added to that policy reports program, and they've subsequently been moved up to investigations. So that's where you see that overall shift of 3, even though there's a net change of 0, that kind of ties together the FTE changes.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And that seems to be happening with a number of agencies this year.
Yeah, it tends to be common just because PeopleSoft is always a point in time snapshot of when you get FTEs versus when they get, actually hired and funded. And because we take that data from the system of record at one point in time during formulation, it's, oftentimes 12 months later when you see the sort of the actual change in terms of where they were hired.
Right.
So it's, in my experience, at least, it's not that uncommon across different agencies, but I agree, it looks odd.
Okay. Thank you. And Director Tobin, when you were talking about the positions that haven't been able to be filled because the legislation is not funded, last year in the budget, the council funded some additional positions with an OPC to implement pieces of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act. So are those the positions that you're saying cannot be filled until the entirety is funded, or have those been filled? What's the status there?
Good. And thanks again, Dan, for helping me out on that budget question. I appreciate that. But Chairperson, the main functions of the two of the positions have not been funded, and that is the disciplinary piece is one position, and then the policy piece where we will be approving policies of MPD prior to them implementing it. That's the second position that I have not filled, because those are the primary job functions of those 2 positions.
Got it. So in order to make the OPC counterpart effective, we'd have to fund the counterpart at MPD?
That is correct. Yeah, so whatever MPD has requested in their fiscal note for that.
Got it. Thank you so much. That's helpful. So I know that you are a small agency, as you have stated, and could always use more. But as you think about the caseload that you have had over the past year, that you anticipate in the next fiscal year, do you have sufficient resources to effectively carry out your duties and your mission?
That's always a tricky question for an agency director to answer, because you no matter which way you answer it, you can lead to problems. But I'll say this about that, and I appreciate that question, because one thing I'm running into right now and I have run into this in years past, is I frequently have difficulty moving people up, making promotions and giving periodic raises and merit increases because our budget is so tight. The people I do have working, they're hardworking and they're at it all the time. And when I want to move them up, I have to look pretty hard in our budget, in our small budget, to try to move them up before I lose them, to another agency or a different job, because I'm not able to move them up because there's not a lot of movement in small agencies. So that's one problem that I'd like to fix at some point in time, is have a better ability to move people up and give merit increases and things like that, because I have to really, it's like pulling teeth to try to find funds, because you also have to fund them for the following year and show them where that's going to come from. But as to the basics, if things stay right now with the number of complaints and if our jurisdiction is not changed right now, we have our heads above water. We're going to continue to do that with the budget as it's presented. And if our jurisdiction is not expanded, we will continue to do the job as currently funded. I hope that's really the bottom line. But certainly my hope, and I've been very explicit about this, is that we don't maintain the status quo, that we move up and look at some of these other provisions to increase our jurisdiction.
Mhm. Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Counselor Lewis George?
Thank you. Director, first I want to start with the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act. In fiscal year 24, sections 105, 134, and 135 of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act were left unfunded. These sections would have given OPC jurisdiction over DC Housing Authority and Office of the Inspector General officers, made parts of the MPD discipline records subject to FOIA, and created an officer disciplinary records database at OPC. Have any of these sections been funded in the fiscal year 25 proposed budget?
No, they have not, ma'am.
So none of those sections have been funded.
No, they have not. No.
Okay.
I'm
This-
sorry.
go ahead.
I just want to double check. I don't believe they have been funded. That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
How important do you believe it is that each of these three sections are funded?
If without having our jurisdiction expanded, it's really just window dressing to pass a law and then not implement it and not fund it properly. What we're talking about as far as funding is really nominal. I like to tell people, I've told people privately, look, if we just delayed buying one patrol car for MPD, we could fund just about all of this. If you delayed buying one patrol car for 1 year, that would almost fund the whole thing. We're not asking for a lot of money. So I think that it should seriously be looked at, because I think we could easily do it. Some of those things we could do on a nominal basis, for instance, with jurisdiction over the Housing Authority and the IG's office. We already have Housing Authority jurisdiction, but the IG's office, criminal investigators, is a very small office, and I don't expect a lot of extra work coming from out of that. But I do expect a lot of extra work coming from out of the policy part and out of the disciplinary part and out of the posting of the disciplinary data. Some of that's data intensive and time intensive, and that we will need the money to hire those positions, and we'll need the money to put a small amount of money also in there to solicit bids for a software program to make it easier and more efficient.
Understood. Can I ask you, does OPC have jurisdiction over complaints against officers that aren't necessarily in the course of their duty? So like a domestic violence complaint from an officer's partner?
That type of a complaint, we would not have jurisdiction over that type of a complaint. We would refer that to the Internal Affairs Division for that type of complaint. If it was an off-duty complaint that did not involve the officer's use of direct police authority, domestic violence typically would fall under that, and it's happened before, and that would be handled by Internal Affairs.
Got it. Understood. I want to ask about Secure DC. Will Secure DC's changes to police oversight and accountability laws affect OPC's responsibilities and budget needs? And if so, how?
As far as that, one thing we're watching on Secure DC, the main provision we're watching right now is the drug-free zone provisions and declarations, and we've set up a system where we're currently tracking any complaints that come in from the drug-free zones. I wasn't if it's done right, I'm not anticipating any significant increased number of complaints, but that's something we are watching very closely, and so far it hasn't. It's very new, so far I haven't seen any trends in there, and I don't think. I think we may have received 1 or 2 complaints peripherally regarding that provision, but none of the other provisions really have a direct impact on what we do, other than indirectly where they may or may not generate an increased number of complaints, and that's really just yet to be seen, and something we're just going to have to experience as time moves forward.
Got it. Understood. In fiscal year 23, OPC saw an 8% increase in the total number of use of force applications. You stated in opening that this is a part of a trend in which you receive more complaints every year than the last. If this increase continues in fiscal year 25, will OPC require additional funding to complete your work?
Well, it's possible that we will need an additional investigator position if that trend continues. I'd like to spread the complaints and investigations rather fairly through our office, and use of force investigation, especially if that trend continues to go up. That's more of a time-consuming type of investigation that typically requires a lot more work than some other types of investigations. So that I would like to see something moving forward on that if that continues to increase. As it stands now, though, I haven't seen a huge increase in it, but one thing about that I have seen in the past is as the number of officer arrests go up, and we are seeing that right now, just in very recent data in the first quarter. If number of arrests go up and a number of people in jail are going up, that means the number of police encounters with community members is increasing. And when that happens, we typically see our complaints going up. And so far this year, we're seeing that happen again, that we're going to look at another record-setting year coming up. If it continues for the rest of this year, we're going to look at another increase. But in raw numbers, though, an 8 or 10% increase isn't in raw numbers is not a huge number. We're talking 15, 20 more complaints with those numbers. So can we absorb that type of an increase if we have to? Yes, because we have been absorbing it for the last 5 years, but we're going to reach a critical point at some point where we have to do something about it.
Got it. Thank you. One of the reasons why the councils of both past and present have invested in OPC is also because of your policy reports and your ability to create policy reports that many of our committee and our staffs don't have capacity to, given the large range of things we do at the council. When I look at OPC's policy report budget, it looks like it was cut almost in half, from $448K to $263K. Is that a correct reflection in your budget, in a budget cut? And if so, how will this impact your agency's capacity and output?
I'm going to ask my favorite right-hand person, Dan, to step in on that. Dan, you know that.
Yeah, that was what I was mentioning earlier, council member. I don't know if you caught that, but that's just the 2 of the new FTEs that were added, including the fringe, were added initially to that policy report section. This was the FY24 enhancement. And subsequently, we've just shifted them up now that we're moving them through the process and PeopleSoft and whatnot, and getting them posted or at least lined up. The buckets have just shifted up to investigation. You'll notice that investigation has an increase of 3, but that's the 2 from there, and then the 1 that's shifted down from executive administration.
Got it. Understood. I want to ask, you talked about increases. I'm just curious, since you all sort of have the information and data, does OPC conduct any training for MPD on its policy recommendations or compliance with current rules? So that way, I mean, my hope is that by you all giving recommendations for training and recommendation for compliance, we would see a decrease in officer complaints.
And that's our ultimate goal, certainly. But do we do the training? No, what we do on an informal basis outside of the policy reports that you see published on our website is we do work with the training bureau at MPD. And if we see a trend developing, even if it's only 2 complaints of the same type of thing, 2 or 3 complaints even, we will work with MPD Training Bureau and ask them to submit a roll call training video or roll call training on that particular issue. And they have been responsive to us with respect to that, trying to catch things early on if we see a trend developing and sending out a retraining on that particular issue. One example might be tinted windows, where we saw some officers not measuring with a tint meter tinted windows, but still issuing tickets. And once we started that, we'd send something over to MPD Training Bureau, and they can issue a training bulletin or training memorandum or roll call video to help officers understand. So that's pretty much the extent that we get involved in the training part for MPD. We get training from MPD. I send all of our investigators to MPD, to their training academy every year. And they go through the same annual training that every MPD officer does, so that our investigators know what officers are being trained on.
Understood. I think this is an area where we could just see improvement in coordination. I think it would have substantial outcomes for both agencies, as far as sort of not just, I've gone to roll calls and advisory board bulletins and things. It's just sort of just like on the board. But I think if we had a more combined, robust training between both agencies, we could see some substantial improvements. So I hope we can make improvements there. My last question was about mediation. I think you discussed the success of your mediation program earlier. My question is, who are the mediators that take cases for OPC? Are they staff or contractors? And how do you gather feedback about their performance from parties?
Those are independent mediators that are hired through a bidding process that we operate. We look for mediators that are very experienced in the field and that are DC located. So they are not staff. Currently, most mediations, by the way, are done just like we're doing this meeting today, are done remotely. A lot of complainants like just doing the mediation from home. Every once in a while, somebody wants to come in and meet the officer in person, and we'll accommodate that too, and that would be done at our office. But always it's done by an independent mediator that's not associated with MPD or our office.
And how do you gather feedback about their performance from the parties?
We conduct a survey of the parties immediately after the mediation. Our staff mediation coordinator does a survey immediately with the parties, and then they submit the survey back to us.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman Pinto.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis George. And I like that idea about the training. We'll give that some more thought. I think that is an interesting question. Director Tobin, about the mediations that you were just discussing, are there any other considerations that you make when an initial request comes to you, or is everybody who requests an investigation and a mediation receive one?
We look at every complaint that comes in and make a determination whether it would be ripe for mediation. And many of them are. The next step that we take is we discuss it with the complainant, because we need the complainant to agree to go to mediation. We can't obviously force them to go. So we explain the program to the complainant, and if they agree to mediation, then we'll refer it and we'll do a mediation on it, and we'll order the officer in to participate too, as I said, usually remotely. So, sometimes we don't get the complainant's cooperation. Sometimes they don't want that. They're not interested in it, which is fine. But every case is evaluated for potential mediation that fits it within the general parameters. Now, obviously, some don't fit in, like a serious use of force case or something, or a case where there's a current criminal proceeding pending with the officer and that complainant. That would not be right for mediation. But we have internal parameters, and if we think it might work, we'll bring it up with the complainant, and if we get their concurrence, then we'll do it.
Okay, and for those cases that you don't think are ripe for mediation, what is the next step in your interaction with the complainant?
Then we'll continue with a regular investigation. We'll proceed with investigation, gathering all the information, and determining whether a rule violation, policy, or procedure violation occurred.
Okay.
And then if it was, then it's referred for discipline. If not, then the case will be dismissed.
Are there any cases that come to you that don't either go to mediation or go through the regular investigative process?
The other type would not go through mediation or regular investigation process would be what we call a rapid resolution. That's where we determine that there was no per se rule violation or misconduct committed, but the complainant would benefit from learning about police department procedures or helping understand what would happen. One example would be that I like to give is we'll get a complaint from someone saying, well, I was arrested and the officer handcuffed me. I had a warrant out for me, but I don't think it was right that I was handcuffed because I wasn't fighting or anything. That might be a case right for rapid resolution where a supervisor can contact the complainant and explain to them, look, the officer did what they were trained to do. They have to handcuff everybody, except in very exceptional circumstances. Another example of rapid resolution will be where we see a neighborhood dispute developing, where we'll receive in fact, I just had one last week where we received a couple of separate complaints from a complainant complaining about their neighbor, and it was all centered around loud music. And they were calling the police, and the police would come, and the complainant felt the police didn't do anything really about it. Well, that's something I think the district commander should be aware of. The officer was, was not shirking their duty, but they were doing what they were trained to do. And maybe there's something more that can be done between those parties if the district commander works with them. So that's another type of complaint that would go to rapid resolution instead of mediation or adjudication.
Okay. So in other words, is it fair to say that 100% of the cases that come in your door get a response, either through the rapid remediation, through a proposed mediation, or through a more formal investigation?
Yes, or through dismissal. If there's not enough there to proceed, then the case is dismissed. But every complaint that comes in, they get a response. They're going to get an answer.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
And are some of those dismissal cases before the investigation phase, or would you only dismiss a case after you've investigated?
Yeah, a dismissal only occurs after we've done an investigation and determined that there was not enough information to proceed.
Okay.
In rare, very unusual instances, I might administratively close a case in which we see that it would have been impossible for a rule violation to occur. In an instance like that happens on occasion, where that might happen. And then the other occasion might be where it just does not fit under our jurisdiction. Then we'll refer it to the proper agency, whether it might be the transit police, or Capitol Police, or Secret Service Police. Sometimes we will have to refer it to a different agency. But every complaint that comes in gets some kind of answer from us.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Director Tobin. That concludes our questions. I want to give you an opportunity if you have any closing thoughts to share or something you want to highlight that we didn't have a chance to talk about today.
No, I won't repeat myself. I appreciate the work that this committee has been doing. If there's anything I can do moving forward to look at funding the currently unfunded areas, I would be more than glad to help with that. And possibly, since you're going to be talking to NPD next, maybe that's an area. One additional area to explore today is what how much exactly will they need in funding to implement those provisions that we discussed today. But other than that, though, I really appreciate this committee's time and giving me the opportunity to highlight the work that we do. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. And that's a great idea. We certainly will follow up with them too. Thank you very much, Director Tobin. We are now going to turn to our next agency on today's agenda, the Metropolitan Police Department. We're going to start with public witnesses who will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations have 5 minutes to present your testimony. If there are multiple people from the same organization, one person of that group has 5 minutes to present your testimony on behalf of the organization. Otherwise, everybody else will have 3 minutes. Call our first panel of public witnesses who are here in person. Maya Martin Cadogan, founder and executive director of PAVE, or Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. And if you could sit on my right and your left. Hayden Long, public witness. Hannah Bruns, Howard University School of Law Reentry Clinic. Stephen Rector, student attorney at Howard Law Clinical Law Center. Brent Sullivan, public witness. All right, Ms. Cadogan, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee of the Judiciary and Public Safety, and committee staff. My name is Maya Martin Cadogan. I'm a Ward 4 resident, a sixth-generation Washingtonian, a parent, a DC native, and the founder and executive director of PAVE, which stands for Parents Amplifying Voice in Education. Today, I'm testifying on the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget for the Metropolitan Police Department, MPD, as it relates to safe passage for students and school safety. Each year, PAVE parent leaders come together at their annual PAVE Parent Policy Summit to choose which issues to prioritize for next year. This year, PAVE parent leaders chose to focus one of their advocacy campaigns on safe passage, given the volume and severity of incidents youth witness or experience as they go to and from school. In their work to develop their safe passage policy solutions, PAVE and our parent leaders have formed coalitions with school leaders, policy experts, community organizations, and students to ensure their statement truly reflects the needs and vision of communities across DC. I want to thank MPD for their engagement with us and their work to ensure student safety as they travel to and from school and while they are in school. After an initial meeting with Captain Branch of MPD and Deputy Chief Morris McKinney of WMATA PD, we were invited to attend one of their Youth Advisory Council meetings, and it was helpful for our Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy to meet with the students in the program and hear from them what they want and need to feel safe. Captain Bellavance also met with our staff to talk about MPD's work around safe passage, and 12 of our parent leaders, who are mostly Black, many of whom are Native Washingtonians, and the majority of whom live in communities and themselves experience food and housing insecurity, met with Captain Bellavance and Assistant Chief Andre Wright at the Marion Barry Building and had a robust and productive conversation about MPD and safe passage. We appreciate that the MPD team has shared that they want to continue conversations with our parent leaders and look forward to continued partnership on behalf of our schools and our kids. MPD can positively impact our collective sense of safety by intentionally engaging with students and building strong relationships in schools. We urge the council to prioritize investments in MPD that foster stronger community relationships with young people in schools and across our communities when finalizing the FY25 budget. First, we encourage the council and the mayor to support MPD to have strong youth-centered programming, as so many of our current challenges with public safety relate to youth and issues affecting them. Importantly, students have different needs than adults. As their brains develop, we need to ensure that all adults, especially those in law enforcement positions, understand how to engage with young people. Right now, some officers have in-depth training on how to work with students, especially students in crisis, students with disabilities, and other at-risk student groups. But as our parents shared in their meeting, it is important that all officers know how to respond to and de-escalate issues with students productively, even if they aren't based in the school. We were encouraged by our conversation with Captain Bellavance that some of that might not require additional funding, but could be accomplished through partnerships and existing structures, like adding a class in the academy. Second, we know that only sworn officers can address serious crimes, and there are currently 35 SROs for 60 middle and high schools, making unusual incident reports and other school safety concerns slower to receive MPD response. We have heard from our Safe Passage Program contract partners that they feel the strain of a reduced SRO workforce and that the roles of SROs is not one that they can fulfill. And we have heard from our school partners and students that the decrease in the number of officers who have embedded relationships in the building through the SRO program has made safety a challenge, as officers are still responding to incidents, but not the officers that our student and school leaders know. As recruitment efforts for SROs expand, we encourage MPD to be intentional and bring in more officers with the ability to work with and support youth, especially those in crisis, and officers who are from the communities, educated in the schools, and know them intimately. To that end, Pay Parent leaders are calling for MPD to expand their community policing model to include more training on youth-focused interventions, responding to youth in crisis, restorative practices, de-escalation, interacting with students with disabilities, youth development. As a national organization of Black law enforcement executives or Noble notes, community policing as a philosophy must be embedded into the DNA of a police agency. And that has to include a community policing model that focuses on youth, given our youth are critical members of our communities and are experiencing the greatest increases in violence. Just last week, we had two 14-year-old students who were murdered during the quote school day that includes safe passage hours, with one in the morning and one in the afternoon. As example of an effective youth-focused police interventions and training practices comes from Cambridge, Massachusetts, where the Cambridge Police Department Youth and Family Services Unit works with the Cambridge Health Alliance, Department of Human Services, and Cambridge Public Schools to form the Safety Net Collaborative. Notably, they have cross-training among partner agencies. In closing, as we discuss public safety, youth safety, and school safety, let's center on what families and students say they want and how the presence of well-trained SROs and MPD officers overall can add to that sense of safety. We are grateful for the willingness that MPD has shown to work with Pay Parent leaders on their solutions and hope to see those solutions implemented so all students can get what they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cadogan. Hannah Bruns, Howard University School of Law Reentry Clinic.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman. Thank you for having us. My name is Hannah Bruns, and I'm a second-year law student at Howard. I also serve as a student attorney in our reentry clinic. In the clinic, we represent clients who are reentering society and attempting to have their records sealed so that they may find secure housing and secure jobs. We are here today to advocate for the funding of the Second Chance Act. We more specifically are asking that the Second Chance Act be funded so that motions can start to be filed on October 1st of this year. We understand that MPD believes that this will require a $1 million budget increase for them to be able to account for these new record sealing cases. However, we have reason to believe that that funding will not be needed immediately. We have talked with other organizations who also do record sealing and found that an estimate of about 365 days. That's how long it takes from initially meeting clients to filing that first motion, a year just to file those motions. And there's an extended period after that, whether the judge orders a response from the government and then to even get that record sealed, we're looking at a significant amount of time. We have clients within our clinic who have been our clients for years on end, clients who we are still working on to get motions filed, and clients who cannot wait until fiscal year 2026 for the Second Chance Act to become funded. Additionally, we are here because we see the Second Chance Act very much as a racial justice issue, just as much as it is a criminal justice issue. We are Howard students, we are Houstonian trained advocates, and we advocate for racial justice and racial equity in everything that we do. We know that 80% of people in DC with criminal records are Black people, and 93% of the people within the Department of Corrections population are Black people. Black people are disproportionately affected by having criminal records, and these criminal records hold them back from being able to secure housing and secure jobs to support their family. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to my colleague who will speak on the rest of the Second Chance Act.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Bruns, and we will turn now to Devin Rector, student attorney, Howard Law Clinic Law Center.
Chairwoman.
And please make sure there we go. Microphone is on. When there's a button on bottom, when it's red, it means it's on. There we go.
Testing. All right, thank you. Chairwoman Pinto, members of the council and staff, my name is Devin L. Rector, 3L at Howard University School of Law, student attorney for the Criminal Justice Clinic and former student attorney for the Reentry Clinic. As my colleague mentioned the ask, I will be presenting as to the why. The collateral consequences of our current criminal justice system is extremely devastating. I would like to present one stat in particular. 56% of the individuals who are arrested are not prosecuted. And as Mr. Sullivan stated earlier, depending on the judge, you may be innocent, but you still may be jailed. And this is important because as we see, the Second Chance Act is not only a need, it's very much common sense. I would like to propose a hypothetical. If any of us step outside this office today just to be arrested without probable cause, that will be on our record. We're law students. If that is on our record, we are not only losing opportunities for the future, we risk the opportunity of continuing our law school experience. Now, this is important for one particular fact. The collateral consequences of simply just an arrest not only impacts lives, but economically across our entire district, it prevents us from growing. A perfect example is we had a client, and for confidentiality, I won't say the client. She was in her last year of a nursing program, and she was arrested without probable cause for assaulting a police officer. And when we got to arraignment, the judge dismissed the case. There was no paper. However, she was removed from the nursing program and lost an opportunity of the job solely because that arrest will still be on the record. Now, without the Second Chance Amendment Act, she will not have that opportunity to return to nursing school because, as my colleague stated, it takes years to have the motion filed. Without this act, we are not only losing opportunities for individuals, young, middle-aged, and elderly, we are preventing the District of Columbia, our people, from growing. And this is important because as a democracy, we are supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. However, without the Second Chance Act, we are in fact guilty until proven innocent. So I respectfully ask this committee, despite the numbers, whether it's $1 million, 300,000, to pass the Second Chance Amendment Act and fund it fully so we continue being a great city. And I believe that this is extremely important. And we ask this court to do whatever it takes to ensure that these DC residents have, in fact, a second chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brent Sullivan,
All
public
right,
witness.
so quote, "I believe that the government has no greater responsibility than to provide for the safety and well-being of all residents." That allegedly is the worldview of this committee and this council. And yet, when we look at the actual narratives of what's happening this year with the MPD and with Security C, a lot of people were using the term kids in cages, lock up all these kids. Then 2 weeks ago, I see Greg Pemberton, this gentleman, Greg Pemberton, who apparently is on the MPD payroll, telling the US Congress how awful the MPD is. The $25,000 bonuses are allegedly not working. And yet we see the chief, as we talk about hundreds of millions of dollars, trying to send these recruitment outreach teams out to try to recruit college kids to become MPD officers. How could this gentleman, Greg Pemberton, not be the world's worst marketing ambassador for this city? If we're trying to get people with integrity, people with honesty, and we're trying to recruit them to completely overhaul the MPD against fraudulent arrests, fabricating evidence, lying under oath, how could you possibly go to Congress and say that we have the worst police department in the nation, that, quote, we've lost 1,500 police officers, 500 openings, 1,000 people have retired, and then turn around and in the same breath decide to spend $550 million on a new jail, while simultaneously the Office of OPC needs enough money for one patrol car to train officers on basic accountability? That to me is just beyond stunning. And I wasn't planning on discussing this, but I truly am alongside these attorneys here, because when you lie and and again, I've already sent you all this evidence, but when you have the senior leadership of the entire MPD, Bob Connie, Pamela Smith, Ben Heyman, Jeffrey Carroll, Leslie Parsons, Raul Figueres, Wilmon La Paz, Charles Vigiani, who got caught by the court lying under oath, fabricating hospital exams to corroborate an arrest. What are these young men and women up against? Well, they're up against a new $500 million jail, right? So accountability within the police department costs us nothing. To hold police officers accountable who fabricate evidence doesn't cost us a penny. The general premise that we're going to spend $500 million on a jail, while, and sadly she's not here anymore, we have seniors in this town that are living on $35 a month in food. There was a council member last week that cried because we have women that are going to have to forego their careers because of childcare issues. But we have $20 billion a year and can't help young women, can't help seniors, and can't hold the police accountable. I need someone to make that make sense.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you all for your testimony. I want to ask you, Ms. Bruns, and am I pronouncing your name correctly?
That's correct, Bruns.
You, and I appreciate you and your colleagues' testimony about the Second Chance Amendment Act and the importance of record sealing to fairness, to racial equity and justice, and to making sure that people have a second chance. And in some instances, like the example that you shared, a first chance to get the record straight. You mentioned that there were some ways that you were looking at that you kind of disagree with the fiscal impact that MPD had stated. What would those changes look like?
So we've through talking with other community organizations, we have come to an estimate that it takes roughly 365 days from first initially meeting our clients until even just filing that first motion. So we understand that MPD believes that it's going to take $1 million in order for them to account for the influx of record sealing, but we don't believe that impact will come exactly on October 1st of 2024. We believe that that impact will be years out when courts actually grant these motions, and even just filing a motion typically takes about a year. And then, we wait, a month, 2 months, 3 months to see if we have to order response. And then even months after that to get an official order from the judge. So really we're looking about, roughly 2 years from first initially meeting our clients into when we could possibly hear a response from a judge based on whether or not their record will be sealed. And then that information then goes to MPD for them to go through their system and clear that record. So we believe that that $1 million impact will not be happening, October 1st of this year, but rather will be spread out over, probably about 2 years.
Okay, sure.
Also, if I may, those stats also come from organizations with a full amount of resources. Now, if we're talking about individuals who do not have the resources, those that can easily be 2, 3. We even had a client that took 4 years to get his record sealed. So just wanted to add that as well.
Thank you for that context. And it's okay if you don't have these numbers exactly, but as you think about the anticipated caseload, given the cases that would qualify for record sealing under the Second Chance Amendment Act, about how many cases do you think we're looking at on an annual basis?
Well, for our institution in particular, we have about 8 student attorneys a year. So, 16 student attorneys a year. So with it wouldn't be too much of an increase solely because of the process. It still takes a relatively long time. Now, there'll be more opportunities for people to come get the process sealed, but without the additional resources, you won't see that much of a large increase. You might see a more large increase for pro se, which I wouldn't recommend, but that would also take a very extremely long time. So in terms of it being a large boom, I don't anticipate that personally, but maybe a very small spike. Yes.
We don't have the exact numbers. We are working with other organizations to hopefully collect that data, but I will say, speaking from personal experience, many of us in the clinic, we have clients right now. We've been able to, maybe seal 1 or 2 things on their record, but to fully seal their record, it will take the Second Chance Act. So a lot of clients who have already gone into clinics, gone into systems, they're just sitting there waiting. And so a lot of it is, clients that we already have that we're just waiting, for the Second Chance Act to be funded.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. And Ms. Cadogan, you talked about the training for all officers in dealing with young people. And I think this is really important. And I've been thinking about your testimony from last week when we were at the hearing around a potential merger for the violence interruption programs. And the MPD budget that we're looking at now proposes 40 additional community safety officers, which are meant to be more of an effort to civilianize pieces of the force. And this is something that we can get into with Chief Smith later today. But is that an area that you think that there could be a potential focus on officers dealing with young people specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that that would be important because there are only so many safe passage workers or violence interrupters. So adding those folks who can also support beat cops as well. I think that's part of what we're hearing a lot from students and school leaders is that oftentimes when people are responding to incidents, it's not people that are necessarily trained. From our conversations with MPD, the most training goes to SROs, right? They get the heavy amount of training. Other people get small bits here and there. A lot of that is provided by the police union and others. But I do think some of the, like the reason we brought up the Cambridge example is because that's other agencies within government who are providing trainings on the things that they do across agency. And I think that's where we talked to Captain Bellavance about some of this is not actually additional funding to provide those trainings. Some of this might be figuring out ways that we can have DBH or different agencies inside of government providing more trainings to officers who are not directly engaging with youth as a core part of their job. But given what we're seeing in terms of where violence is increasing, especially during safe passage hours, they now will get that training to be able to respond in the right way. And so I think that's really what we've heard. Even school leaders have offered. A lot of school leaders have said, we would love to provide training to officers and things like restorative practices and things like that. So I think that there's a lot of redundancy in the system that if we could cut down on that and highlight the other people who are already focused on youth interventions doing that work, that would be a huge part of it as well.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think it's a great point, and just standardization from the get-go, as opposed to waiting until the silos kind of get their training. So thank you for that. And we will certainly raise that with the chief. Thank you all for your testimony and for being here today. Appreciate it. Thank you. Now I'd like to call Hayden Long, public witness, and Fritz Mulhauser from DC Open Government Coalition. And we'll finish up with our in-person public witnesses and then we'll turn to virtual. So wherever you're comfortable. Hayden Long, public witness.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Councilwoman. The MPD would have you believe the public safety issue is solved by upstanding police officers saving us from the hordes of lawless psychopaths bent on our city's destruction. Let me tell you who Secure DC and increased police funding actually affects. On March 23rd, 2024, some friends and I were going thrift shopping, a monthly tradition of sorts. At some point, my girlfriend tried on a dress and someone complimented her on it. The complimenter, Alex, not his real name, then very timidly asked for money. After talking over lunch, he explained that he became homeless when he and his two sisters were kicked out of the house after they stood up to their physically and emotionally abusive father for raping his oldest daughter. Afterwards, they stayed alive by sleeping in a stairwell of an apartment building and hustling up money where they could. He didn't want a handout or pity. In fact, he was at the thrift store looking for a job. He simply wanted a life and to maintain his pride. On March 24th, Alex turned 15. Why didn't Alex take advantage of resources for the homeless? Alex told us churches and community centers turned the kids away because they would be required to call CPS. And since one sister was 18, they would be separated. He and his sisters had already been reprimanded by police for panhandling and couldn't enter multiple stores under the threat of arrest. When they should be going to school dances or studying for the SATs, Alex and his sisters are fighting to survive. Most likely their story will end with premature death or with them behind bars, all due to the choices of a dirtbag domestic abuser. What would it cost us to get Alex off the streets? According to a 2015 report published in the Washington City paper, it cost the city over $40,000 a year just in emergency services for the average homeless individual. Permanent supportive housing, on the other hand, about half that, at just over $20,000. So what about a middle path? Why not jail the bad guys to enforce law and order while providing housing? Well, how has that worked out for us so far? The United States has the largest prison population in the world, both per capita and in gross number. For further context, the problem is so profound that if we counted each US state as an individual country, 36 out of 50 states would be higher than the second highest prison population in the world in El Salvador. This means we're currently imprisoning more people than North Korea, Russia, Iran, China, or any other country that we see as opposed to the idea of American freedom. How many more of our neighbors need to end up being behind bars before we suddenly feel safe? It's clear that with our current approach, we won't. Citizens of DC like Alex are simply asking for a chance A chance that they don't have if you approve the $500 million to refurbish billionaire-owned Capital One Arena, and that could eliminate homelessness in the district 3 times over. A chance that is vastly shrinking thanks to passing laws like Secure DC. A chance that doesn't get any better by arming more hordes of unaccountable and violent cops to terrorize kids living on the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Fritz Mulhauser from the DC Open Government Coalition.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Fritz Mulhauser. I'm co-chair of the legal committee of the DC Open Government Coalition, a Ward 6 resident. And we're here to follow up essentially on a point that you began with, Director Tobin. Official police secrecy about misconduct and discipline gives the appearance of weak accountability, just as he was saying, which in turn contributes to community distrust of the department and therefore lesser cooperation, which is the essence of successful police work, working with a community. Transparency can help, and that's our middle name, Open Government Coalition. We're here to urge the committee to strengthen public access to facts about police discipline, complaints, investigations, resulting sanctions for the coming year. The essential step that we urge today is to fund the expanded access, which was in the Police Reform Act that Director Tobin said mildly, well, hasn't been funded. We're here to shout from the housetops that it's important to revisit the non-funding of that important legal innovation. Our points are simple. By unanimous vote, the council passed what the Police Reform Commission recommended, what many other states are doing, enhanced access to police complaint investigation and discipline facts. The thousands of investigations that aren't reflected in OPC work. The law provided 2 new kinds of access: FOIA requests, Freedom of Information requests by anyone for past incident files, and a new database to have publicly accessible, without need of a request, data on sustained complaints going forward. Neither is in effect, as the Chief Director Tobin said. Why? Because funds have not been appropriated to cover the costs estimated by the CFO. You asked questions earlier about a cost estimate. This is a swamp, and our story today exemplifies this. The estimate of the cost of the enhanced access to discipline information was $5 million. That came on the very last day of council action on the bill. No chance for public inquiry, no chance for staff and members to vet that request. But it provided no basis for the figure. None. The written statement has no basis, which is required by law. We looked behind the scenes asking for the research. Here's what we got. One page, which is entirely blacked out. It's called redacted in FOIA speak. That means the MPD's email to the CFO, number one, was the only information they got. Number two, the public can't see it. And I don't think that's enough information to explain a $5 million cost estimate. If the OCFO does what it should, it would respond to your request for a revised fiscal impact statement. The law requires an estimate, but not necessarily one from them. If they can't or won't promptly revise their estimate, we believe the law allows you to seek other sources of that information, in this case and going forward. It has historically been the council budget office which prepared a fiscal impact statement for bills. It was added to the CFO's job when that post was created in the 90s. But who's to say another source couldn't do as well? And the budget office does it today for emergency bills. This is not revolutionary. This is solving a problem of seriously deficient fiscal impact statements. We testified twice this spring to to the oversight hearings of the Business and Economic Development Committee and to the Committee of the Whole. Both chairpersons, McDuffie and Mendelson, were enthusiastic about our analysis, saying they had experienced incorrect fiscal impact statements as well, and they welcomed further thought about it. The limited credibility of this statement suggests a wider problem. We testified about another example in which an $80 million estimate stymied legislation for years. Upon review, the CFO said, oh, oopsie, 30 million, and that was wrong. 7 or 8 years to get firefighter insurance program up and running after 2 completely wrong estimates. The estimate that we got, that we reviewed, that you got, was prepared without OCFO even following its own internal manual for how to do statements, extensive research with other places that have done similar things, extensive internal review. This is a mess, and we ask you to get a new estimate and fund the FOIA expansion and the new database. And second, work with colleagues so that there can be a fresh examination of how the council can get good fiscal estimates to guide legislation. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mulhauser. Thank you both for your testimony. I'm curious, Mr. Mulhauser, when you said there are other avenues that could provide a basis for these estimates, is that found in other legal authority that you have looked at? Where does that basis come from?
Well, first of all, the fiscal impact statement is required with legislation, but nothing says only a CFO statement is acceptable. So second, where else could you turn? First of all, your own budget office has a skillful staff and does it already for many other kinds of bills that are emergencies. Third, we talk to people familiar with congressional legislation. They're very different fiscal situation, of course. They can print money up there, but they get advice from the Congressional Budget Office, from outside experts. Multiple committees get multiple sources. None of that is constrained by law the way the council has decided to constrain itself to only CFO estimates. And we just find they're not sound. They don't even follow their own rules. And when you ask for the evidence, you get this. Isn't there a conflict of interest between an agency providing facts about fiscal impact on a program that they have fought tooth and nail for years, in which they are under intense political pressure from employee union and congressional sources to oppose? That's not a credible source for this information. We've got to do better.
Thank you so much. I hear you. I really appreciate that. And I appreciate you for being here as well. We are going to move on to our next panel of public witnesses who are joining us virtually. Kiana Lamons, Tawanda Johnson, Keisha Clark, Catrice Fuller, Sharnetta Boone Ruffin, Taisha Andrews, Dominique Moore, Ohefa Anuku, Erica Adut, and Sally Vandenberg. Please remember, witnesses, to accept your invitation to join as a panelist. Give you all a moment to get in the room. Okay, folks are still coming in, but we can get started with Tawanda Johnson from Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, or PAVE.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. Hello, Chairman Mendelson and DC Council staff. My name is Tawanda Johnson, and I'm a Ward 7 PLE board member. I am also a parent to 3 children who attend IDEA and Perry Street Prep charter schools. I also have 1 college student who attends Lincoln University. I am here today to talk about the Metropolitan Police Department and how it plays a critical role in the safe passage of students in the district. Before I do that, I want to say that I fully support the $8.7 million to create 40 new community safety officers and fund new civilian positions within the MPD in the mayor's fiscal year 2025 budget. Our youth are not safe when commuting to and from school. They often are witnesses and victims of violence and crime as they travel between home and school, which is why I and other paid parents believe that MPD should do the following things to help make sure our kids get to school every day safely and efficiently. 1, MPD should expand training on youth-focused interventions, including responding to youth crisis, restorative practices, de-escalation, interaction with students with disabilities, and youth development. 2, convene in person for a citywide meeting, at least annually, with MPD, WMATA PD, and Safe Passage program leaders, and DC public charter school and public school leaders to build relationships and discuss ways that they can collaborate around safe passage. MPD should also participate in hyperlocal neighborhood monthly meetings with safe passage stakeholders to discuss issues, updates, hotspots, and interventions. This should minimally include school leaders, such as and other community partners such as Cure the Streets, Office of the Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, and the Office of Student Advocate. I especially want to hone in on the first part around MPD expanding training on responding and interacting with youth. All MPD, not just school resource officers, should be trained on youth development during onboarding, professional development, and so on. Every single officer should know the differences between dealing with youth versus adults, because thousands of youth in the city need your help and need to know how to respond to them appropriately. Additionally, MPD needs to focus on building relationships and trust with the youth. A lot of teenagers see the MPD in a light that is different from how they are meant to be seen. The people in uniform need to be seen as a beacon of safety and a safe harbor for kids when they are, but instead youth are distrusting and scared, which causes them to not alert police when they are aware of unsafe situations. It is beneficial for MPD and the district youth to have trusting relationships to the point that they feel comfortable alerting MPD when things are about to pop off. However, for kids to trust MPD, MPD has to get into the schools and communities and build a rapport. This can be done by having youth-led trainings with MPD, expanding programs like Beat the Streets, and more. I want to see MPD do a better job at engaging with students early on so kids can feel like they can go to MPD for help. In closing, thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to seeing these solutions in the budget, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson.
You're welcome.
Keisha Clark, also from PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education.
Good afternoon, Pinto. My name is Keisha Clark. I'm a PAVE Citywide and Ward 6 PLE board member. My daughter attends Luke Seymour High School. I am here today to talk about safe passage. It is of paramount importance that our children travel to and from school safely. In a city where academic opportunities should abound, the specter of violence casts a shadow over our communities. In recent years, Washington, D.C. has seen fluctuations in crime rates, with certain areas experiencing high incidents of violence than others. While efforts have been made to address these issues, there is still much work to be done. I appreciate the work of Assistant Chief Andre White and Captain Bella Vance in the Youth and Family Engagement Bureau for meeting with us to discuss safe passage, among other issues. We must protect our children. We cannot allow shootings in metro stations and on the streets to occur. This violence significantly impacts our children. Ensuring safe passage in our city requires sustained focus on our youth. This means providing safe routes for them to navigate the streets and equipping them with the knowledge and skills to make informed decisions and steer clear of danger. Law enforcement must engage our youth, understand their concerns, and provide them with the support they need to be safe. This requires a comprehensive and concerted effort from all law enforcement agencies, school leaders, safe passage workers, and violence interrupters working together to create a safer environment for our youth to grow and thrive. Police officers need training that fosters trust and builds relationships with them and the communities they serve. Youth-centered training equips officers with knowledge, skills, and the empathy necessary to effectively interact with young people. Understanding young people allows officers to approach interactions with them in a more informed and compassionate manner. Police officers must build trust and rapport with young people through respectful communication, active listening, and genuine empathy. When children perceive officers as approachable and trustworthy, they are more likely to seek help from them when they need it and cooperate with law enforcement efforts, including reporting safety concerns during their commute to and from school. By employing techniques such as mediation, conflict resolution, positive reinforcement, officers can diffuse tensions and ensure that children feel safe and supported in their journey to school. PAVE parents believe that working together on a hyperlocal level, law enforcement entities can implement comprehensive strategies to address safety concerns along school routes. This might involve conducting safety assessments, implementing traffic control measures, organizing community patrols, and establishing safe zones supervised by law enforcement officers during peak commuting time. Let's work together to create a safer environment for our students to grow, to learn, and to thrive. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Catrice Fuller, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, or PAVE.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto, and the members of this meeting. My name is Catrice Fuller. I'm a native Washingtonian, current Ward 5 resident, mom to 4 boys in DC, and also I serve as the Chief of Family and Community Engagement at Monument Academy Public Charter School. I want to first start off by acknowledging that we do appreciate that the mayor is keeping this, putting $7.2 million to maintain the DC School Connect program, and also the $6.5 million increase for the Aussie Special Education Transportation Program, as we know that has been a big issue. I also fully support the $8.7 million set aside to create 40 new community safety officers and fund new civilian positions within MPD to free up sworn officers for more critical tasks, which I hope can at least partially be used to hire more school resource officers. I want to put my family engagement hat on and speak about some of the things we have been experiencing at Monument Academy. Over the past 2 years, we have lost several of our alumni, one current student, a few current parents and guardians due to gun violence, unfortunately. And the more digging that we did into these situations to serve our school community, we learned that a lot of it stemmed from conflicts that may have arisen due to their journey in their passage to and from school. Due to the pandemic, we lost our school resource officers who were heavily involved in our school community. Our school resource officers participated in our school-wide PD. They led community meetings with our students, but more so they were able to give us a lot of context from from things they saw in their beat outside of our school that helped us flesh out these narratives of a lot of the conflicts we saw within our school communities. Additionally, we took it upon ourselves to connect with our 4 neighboring schools to talk about some of the experiences that they've been having in their school communities and how it overlaps with ours, and some of the conflicts that our students may have engaged with in theirs. And part of those conversations, it helped us better coordinate and better collaborate in planning certain things such as dismissal times. We stagger our dismissals so that all of the students could dismiss safely. We also support each other since we're so close with one another in their dismissal processes. It brings us a lot of intel. It keeps us all on one accord, and it helps us serve not only just our school communities, but our communities as a whole. So as the leaders of public safety and the district law enforcement, asking that you collaborate with us to ensure the safety of our children when they travel to and from school, because of all of that, of what I shared above in regards to the communication. I and other paid parents are asking you to not only attend regular Safe Passage convenings with all DCPS and PCSB school leaders, but also to add more youth-only with modern buses and pilot youth-only train cars, all stationed with trained Safe Passage workers and MPD who are more connected to school communities. Additionally, I want to push MPD to be more involved in their communities and to become well-versed in interacting with youth, especially youth who may have disabilities, and to partake in some of the school convenings when it comes to youth development. I appreciate your time, and I am around for questioning.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Sharnetta Brune-Ruffin from Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, or PAVE.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and DC Council staff. I am Sharnetta Brune-Ruffin, Ward 8 resident, PAVE Citywide PLE board member. Sorry, as you see, I'm a school teacher as well, so we're doing dismissal. I am also a Dunbar High School Engineering Academy and Eagle Academy Public Charter School parent. First, I want to uplift several items in Mayor Bowser's budget, like the $7.2 million to maintain the DC School Connect program and the $6.5 million increase for the RC Special Education Transportation Program. I also fully support the $8.7 million set aside to create 40 new community safe officers and fund new civilian positions within MPD to free up small officers for critical tasks. This is extremely important, especially me being a parent at Dunbar. As you know, we have had issues up Dunbar High School or in the area with the neighborhood violence, as well as to and from schools with school shootings as well outside in the area, or even brawls. That one made the news. So we have to do better as a community to make sure that our babies stay safe going to and from school. I, as well as other PAVE parents, create few asks, and many of which are budget friendly, that we want Metropolitan Police Department to implement moving forward, that will go fair and far in helping our kids keep a safe commutes. MPD Safe Passage Workers, WMATA-PD, DC Public Schools Police, as well as public charter school leaders should convene in person for a citywide meeting to build relationships and discuss ways they can collaborate around safe passage. MPD, in collaboration with the Office of Student Advocate, should convene hyper-local by school or neighborhood clusters monthly meetings with other safe passage stakeholders and community partners, such as the violence interrupters. Sure, they do have Cure the Streets and Office, the Neighborhood Safety and Engagement Office, the Mayor Office, Community Relations, as well as the service liaisons, agency staffs, Department of Recreation, all need to come together and discuss these issues and updates, and even have interventions, and mostly importantly, build bridges with one another. Because a lot of times when we're asking students, hey, do you know your safe passage worker, or even the security guards in the schools, they do not know who's on the outside. MPD should also expand training on youth-focused interventions like responding to youth in crisis, restorative practice, de-escalation, interacting with students with disabilities, and youth development. MPD, DCPS, and public charter schools, DME, Klein, DMPSJ, should review the structure, re-implementation, training, and hiring of the school resource officer program together, so everybody can be on one accord and not, oh, he's responsible for this or she's responsible for that. Everybody should know everybody's business. I cannot stress enough that this also helps the children, and it helps solve the crime and the violence rates that are in DC that are plaguing our youth in today's society. Please help us, and thank you for your consideration and time. I look forward to any solutions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boone Ruffin. Next, we'll turn to Taisha Andrews, also from Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, or PAVE.
Okay. Hello, Council Member Pinto and DC Council staff. My name is Ty Andrews. I'm a Ward 8 resident and serve as a PAVE citywide and Ward 8 PLE board member. I am also a parent, and my children currently attend Mary H. Plummer Elementary and McKinley Tech High Schools. Thank you for being here today and holding this hearing. As a parent and native resident of the District of Columbia, I have much experience with the Metropolitan Police Department. However, different people in our city have different experiences. Today, I urge you to put yourselves in my shoes and the shoes of many other parents in DC like me who live where local schools aren't what is best for our children. We are forced to send them to schools miles away from home. Parents like me make up many parents in DC. We need your support to protect all of our children. First, I agree and support Mayor Bowser for setting aside $7.2 million to maintain DC School Connect program and the $6.5 million increase for the OSSI Special Education Transportation Program. I also fully support the $8.7 million set aside to create 40 new community safety officers and fund new civilian positions within MPD to free up sworn officers for more critical tasks. I hope that the officers that are freed up to focus on more vital tasks include placing officers along all routes students are taking between home and school, because during their travels, our youth are being targeted and enduring or witnessing violence. This often increases with distance to school, as many students travel across wards and the city to get to school. We must do a better job at protecting all of our children because they are our future. I am not alone in these concerns. PAVE parent leaders, in collaboration with schools, community organizations, and agency staff, have diligently worked to devise specific solutions to address this pressing issue. I am asking MPD to be present at train stations, station platforms, and along popular routes students take while commuting to school daily. However, I do not just want MPD to be present. I also want them to be well trained in dealing with the youth, which brings me to my second solution. I believe that MPD should expand training on youth-focused interventions to all MPD officers engaging with students. Youth-focused interventions, can include de-escalation training, restorative practice training, and responding to youth in crisis. MPD is not alone in this work, so I'm asking city leaders to work together to create a student-only Metro car for students to travel to school with safe passage workers, MPD, and WMATA PD present to intervene when necessary. We need more eyes on the ground during pickup and drop-off hours. This will make our students safer and help them get to school safely and efficiently. Once again, I stress the importance of our collective effort in finding solutions to make our city a safer place for all of our children. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I eagerly wait the solutions you will develop, and I'm ready to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews. Next, we'll hear from Dominique Moore, also from Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, or PAVE.
Hello, my name is Dominique Moore. I am a Ward 2 resident and serve as a PAVE Ward 4 PLE board member. I've been living in Washington, D.C. since 2002, and I have personally experienced the devastating impact of inadequate security measures and a lack of support for our youth. In 1994, my father, who was a yellow cab driver, was tragically murdered by two teenage boys in Southeast DC. This experience has shown me how important it is to have proper security measures, programs, and transportation options in place in our city. As a parent, I face limitations in transportation options for my own neurodivergent child. I will be honest, there are no suitable modes of transportation available for him to attend regular or after-school programs. That means I am his sole means of transportation in a city with a supposedly robust transportation system, and it's disheartening. I'm grateful to the Mayor Bowser and her staff for allotting $9.7 million to maintain the Safe Passage program, the $6.5 million increase in funding for the Special Education Transportation Program, and the one-time allotment of $7.2 million to maintain the DC School Connect program. These are all great investments in transportation options for students, and I hope that they continue to be funded and expanded over the years. Today, I have two budget-friendly acts that I and other PAVE parents believe will make a huge difference in the safety of our children. First, MPD, WMATA PD, Safe Passage Program leaders, and all PCSB and DCPS school leaders should convene in person for a citywide meeting, at least annually, to build relationships and discuss ways that they can collaborate around safe passage. The funding for DC School Connect, Safe Passage, and the special education transportation programs alone are not enough to help all DC kids get to and from school safely. There must be other systems in place that help coordinate all of these moving pieces so that kids in public charters and in DCPS can have a safe commute. Additionally, the individuals who interact with our children on platforms, trains, along with their school routes, and more like the MPD, must know how to correctly engage with youth, especially youth with disabilities. MPD should be trained in de-escalation techniques, restorative practices, responding to students with disabilities, and youth development. We are facing a crisis, and it is unfair to expect children to navigate these crime and violence challenges on their own. The paths they walk are shaped by the environment we create for them, and currently all they see is violence and disrespect. They deserve better, and our city deserves better. As a proud resident of DC and a mother, I am asking for the assistance of the Metropolitan Police Department to help make our city better. We need to change the direction and address the disparities that are unfolding before our very eyes. It is time to invest in creating a safer and more supportive environment for our youth, our communities, and ourselves. Thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to the solutions you develop and am available for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moore. Next, we will hear from Owefa Ananuku from the ACLU DC.
Hello. Hello, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Ahoifa Ananuko, and I present the following testimony on behalf of ACLU DC. ACLU DC believes police misconduct must be a top priority for a fiscally responsible FY25 budget. Every year, police misconduct costs the district millions of dollars, often to pay out claims and lawsuits against the same officers. Between 2010 and 2020, the DC government paid out more than $90 million in settlements for police misconduct and has continued to pay out millions since. The following recommendations stem from serious issues we have observed with police misconduct and MPD's disciplinary system over the years. ACLU DC hopes these recommendations serve as starting points for a more comprehensive, strategic approach that directly addresses police misconduct in the district. 1. We urge the council to fund the police misconduct database created in Bill 24-320, the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2021. Police disciplinary and internal fair records are essential tools for assessing both individual officers' histories and how MPD handles officer misconduct. This database will present a level of transparency that has not traditionally existed within policing, although similar databases can be found for occupations such as nurses, lawyers, and even barbers and cosmetologists. Other jurisdictions, including Colorado, Massachusetts, and New York, have implemented similar databases. 2. To improve the usefulness of the database, we recommend that the council pass an amendment to include the total number of allegations against officers. As enacted, Bill 24-320 only requires that substantiated allegations be included in the database, but we know there are far too many instances where police misconduct is not even investigated. This doesn't mean that they didn't occur, but that for one reason or another, MPD decided to not investigate. Those incidents would not be reflected in the database. 3, ACLU DC strongly recommends that the council remove final determination of discipline for serious misconduct from MPD and give that responsibility to OPC. OPC is a neutral entity with deep knowledge about police misconduct issues. Additionally, the agency already has authority to recommend discipline for issues under its purview. However, OPC's recommendations are not binding, as the police chief retains the discretion to determine the final discipline imposed. As OPC has pointed out over the years, there are too many cases where the discipline imposed by MPD does not meet the gravity of an officer's actions. This change could ensure that discipline is consistent across the board. 4, we strongly recommend that the council expand OPC's authority to allow it to investigate misconduct such as fraud, fabrication of evidence, and false statements. Currently, if OPC receives these types of complaints, the agency is required to refer them to MPD. Lastly, we ask that the council fully fund the provision of Subtitle X of Bill 24-320, which expanded the district's FOIA law by prohibiting MPD, DCHAPD, and OIG from categorically denying or redacting police disciplinary records on the basis that it constitutes an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy for officers, an excuse MPD used often to deny FOIA requests. This provision, like the misconduct database, is critical for transparency into police practices. The OPC side of this has been funded, but the agency has not started hiring for their position because the MPD portion has not been funded. In conclusion, police officers are not only sworn to enforce law on the public, they also have a state-sanctioned right to take life. Therefore, these individuals should be held to higher standards. MPD's current culture and disciplinary system emboldens officers to carry out repeated incidents of misconduct because they typically do not receive harsh discipline. In the end, this costs the district millions of dollars that would be better spent on filling critical gaps in community needs that would significantly improve the livelihood and safety of DC communities. Any dollar spent on police misconduct is a dollar not spent on building a more robust public safety system. Thank you, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Sally Vandenberg, Reentry Justice Project Attorney from Legal Aid DC.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Sally Vandenberg, and I'm here today on behalf of Legal Aid DC. I am an attorney in the Reentry Justice Project, where I represent district residents seeking record clearing relief. Today, I'm here to testify about the Second Chance Amendment Act of 2022. Our ask today is twofold. First, we ask today that this committee ensure the act is funded in its entirety in the proposed budget. Our understanding, like the Howard Law students, is that based on the current funding levels in the proposed budget, the portion of the act that pertains to record sealing by motion won't take effect until January 2026. And the administration's position is that for this portion of the act to actually take effect in October 2024 as intended, an additional $1,022,000 for MPD must be allocated in this year's budget. We ask that this committee push back on the notion that this additional funding is necessary for timely implementation, but ask that you do what is necessary for the act to become law on October 1st, 2024. Second, we ask the council to consider revisions to the act that would expand and clarify the law. The district's current record sealing laws are among the most restrictive in the nation. All felony convictions, except for failure to appear, are ineligible for relief. The criteria for sealing misdemeanor convictions are so restrictive and intricate that determining eligibility for relief is extremely difficult without an attorney. Even arrests that never resulted in conviction are subject to long waiting periods, and none of these forms of relief are automatic. They instead require demonstrating to the court that it is in the interest of justice to seal a record. The Second Chance Amendment Act is a significant improvement, but without funding, district residents cannot access this relief. In addition to our call for funding, we would like to highlight 3 provisions that we believe will have unintended impacts. First, the Act makes expungement automatic for decriminalized offenses and sealing automatic for certain eligible offenses. However, the Act provides a delayed timeline to implement these automatic provisions that stretches into October 2027. The issue is that the law as written does not specify that people who qualify for this automatic relief can move to seal their record by motion in the years before these automatic sealing provisions take effect. So paradoxically, in the meantime, someone with an arrest that is never eligible for automatic sealing can seek to have their record sealed more quickly than someone who is eligible for automatic sealing because they can request sealing through a motion. We ask that the council allow individuals with records that are eligible for this automatic relief to request sealing or expungement by motion prior to the date that the automatic provisions take effect. Second, the Act increases the burden for sealing fugitive from justice convictions by requiring an individual to prove that sealing that record is in the interest of justice in all circumstances, not just in situations where the individual does not meet the other statutory criteria for sealing this offense, as is the case under current DC record sealing law. We believe that this was an unintended drafting error that should be corrected. Third, the Act implements waiting periods before certain convictions are eligible for sealing, but these waiting periods run from when an individual completes their sentence. Because the court does not actually know when individuals complete their sentences, we ask instead that these waiting periods begin at the date of conviction. Finally, we believe that the Act would benefit from revisions that would expand its impact. The Act currently imposes waiting periods of 5 and 8 years respectively before an individual may move to seal a misdemeanor or felony conviction. In these instances, movements are already required to prove that sealing their conviction is in the interests of justice. Imposing these lengthy waiting periods merely saddles district residents with hurdles to seeking employment, housing, and other opportunities for years after they have successfully completed their sentences. Additionally, the Act currently includes a list of criminal convictions that can never be sealed. We believe that this is unjust, and district residents should always have at least the ability to request that the court seal their record. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony. We hope you will act swiftly to ensure the Second Chance Amendment Act is sufficiently funded and implement revisions that will improve and expand access to this urgently needed relief for district residents.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. A lot of really important ideas and suggestions shared. I want to start with you, Ms. Ananuku from ACLU DC, if you're still here. Hi. Thank you for your suggestions. And when you were talking about funding the database that was established in the initial Comprehensive Policing and Justice Amendment Act, has the ACLU done any estimates on what you think that database would cost on a going forward basis if it were to be implemented?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I've personally been trying to look around other jurisdictions to see what they have cost, what the database have cost to implement and to maintain. And it's been wide ranging depending on which entity is overseeing the database. I've seen anywhere from like a couple $100,000 to like 4 or 5 to 9 million. But the difficulty is, you know, sort of how when we're looking at our budget documents, you know, what you see isn't exactly what is the money's being spent on. So even though, you know, a certain amount of money could be allocated to an agency that is, you know, overseeing this database, that doesn't necessarily mean that that amount that was allotted is necessarily being used specifically for the database. But I am happy to follow up with your office the more I learn and compile.
Okay, thanks so much. That would be great. And then similarly for the counterpart positions that you talked about that OPC, we funded last year, the OPC positions, but they said they can't implement it properly without the MPD counterparts. Do you have a sense of how much those would cost?
The MPD
The MPD
positions?
counterpart positions to bring to life the OPC positions that we funded?
Yeah, I have not looked into the positions that MPD said they would need in order to fulfill the mandate, but MPD themselves, I think, quoted, I think 9 million or somewhere thereabouts to fund the positions that they were requiring.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And Ms. Badenberg, thank you for your testimony about the Second Chance Amendment Act. Particularly, I want to get a sense kind of practically how many cases that you anticipate would be coming through the courts with this expansion and if it was funded this year.
I don't have that information right now, but I can confer with my colleagues and follow up with your office.
Okay, great. That would be helpful. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who testified and all of our parent leaders who testified as well. I really think it is so important, and I'm so appreciative that you all have this focus this year on safe passage and support for safety in and around our schools for our students. And as we consider on this committee and across government, all of the various programs that we have to keep kids safe, I think it's going to be really important going into this next year to organize and coordinate a lot of those efforts that sometimes are a bit siloed. And I'm looking forward to partnering with those folks who do that work, whether it's Safe Passage or the One's Leadership Academy or MPD or school resource officers, or mental health professionals, everybody who plays a role in supporting the well-being of our kids. And so thank you for your continued support and testimony, and we will continue carrying on that work. We are going to turn to our next panel of public witnesses. Shane Sullivan, Terry Young, John Payne, Paula Edwards, Kylie Hogan, Elizabeth Tang, Ruby Yearling, Rami Jackson, Star O'Leary, Keely Mallory, and Greg Pemberton. And I'll give you all a moment to join as a panelist. If you're not on this panel, if you can exit as a panelist so you can be an attendee, that would be helpful to stay organized. And everybody on this next panel, a reminder, you'll get an invitation to join as a panelist. You'll need to accept that on your screen. Right, and we can get started with Shane Sullivan, Harm Reduction Coordinator at HIPS.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shane Sullivan, and I am the Harm Reduction Coordinator at HIPS. I'm here mainly to testify regarding the impact that the drug-free zones portion of the Secure DC Amendment Act already has had as an outreach worker for over a decade now with HIPS. And to be clear, HIPS supports the full decriminalization of drug use. There are simultaneously two these like I don't know, dozens of orange signs that are pervasive when drug-free zones have been implemented in various areas across DC. There are also anti-stigma marketing ads that DBH releases, and I just as somebody who entered harm reduction, as a person who used like has experience as a drug user, as is true with many people in harm reduction, the contrast between those two things is really stark, incredibly hypocritical. Like I mentioned, I've been doing this work for 11 years now, and I live in Petworth, and I've never experienced like I've never experienced the feeling like so immensely of personal hurt around any aspect of my role as an outreach worker than walking and driving through my neighborhood and seeing those signs posted up that essentially say, "We do not want you here." Um, and of the 5 nights that they're in operation in various places, I spent 4 of those 5 nights walking around Petworth, just documenting what I saw. Really, what I saw was nothing. I saw most nights an average of 12 MPD vehicles. I don't know how many officers were in the vehicles themselves. They were operating often in pockets outside of the zones, but still very much in tandem, and pretty much just idling. What I didn't see was a lot of our usual participants out. And I don't know anyone personally who sees that as a win. I know that they exist, but you cannot erase a population of people. You can, however, push them further underground, which is what this law does, in addition to, I don't really use the term stigma, I use prejudice. It's bigotry towards a class of people, which is people who use drugs, who are a criminalized population. In addition to that, which I'll return to, MPD already has not acted in good faith and has already violated the law. They are required to give 24 hours notice to a variety of really like agencies. So any social service agency that is within a certain like perimeter of the drug-free zones, they're required to give 24 hours notice. They did not do that for HIPS when one of the drug-free zones was implemented right down the street from us. This is well, I don't actually know if there are drug-free zones yet this week, because we've continually found out last minute. We were told that we were going to be notified 24 hours in advance as soon as DBH heard about them, because DBH is also required to be informed of them. And honestly, like social service agency that is local to an area really applies to everywhere that we operate, because we're mobile. I know I'm over my time. I just want people to imagine what we could do by actually investing in harm reduction services, so that we're not, for example, just 12 police vehicles in a very small pocket of Petworth idling, often after the drug-free zones had ended, so therefore illegally, but rather invested in harm reduction. I'm almost finished, and did not have a single outreach van. We have one outreach van that was operating the same night that those vehicles were sitting there.
Mr.
And
Sullivan,
they were staffed
I'm
by
gonna
one
ask
member
you to
and
wrap up.
maybe 2 or 3 volunteers.
You're muted.
I was muted. I'm finished.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. Everyone who testifies before this committee knows I always have a hard time cutting people off, but we have a lot of public witnesses, so I'm going to ask everybody to try to stick to your allotted time. Thank you for your testimony. Terry Young, public witness. John Payne, public witness.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee. My name is John Payne. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I'm a born and raised Washingtonian. I'm testifying today because we need to move funding away from MPD and towards crucial life-giving services that will actually keep our city safe. During my many years here in Washington, I've sadly experienced crime firsthand. I was mugged when I was a teenager and heard gunshots from the bedroom of my first apartment here in DC. Friends and family have had their cars stolen or homes broken into. My church has been vandalized and its windows smashed. I wish none of these things had happened and that they don't have to happen to anyone else. And that's why we need to invest in real public safety and not simply throw money into an already bloated MPD budget. Their mayor wants to increase MPD funding to $563 million, despite the fact that we've seen a number of violent incidents from MPD officers already in 2024. One MPD officer is currently being investigated by Montgomery County for sexual assault while he was on duty. In January, a different officer was arrested for driving drunk on duty. Another was sentenced to 32 years for committing child abuse, and a jury recently awarded a DC resident abused by MPD over $1 million. And the passage of Secure DC isn't making us any safer either. It's making a bad problem worse. After the drug-free zones went into effect several weeks ago, MPD assaulted a resident of our city simply for being in the wrong place while black. Multiple officers jumped out of unmarked cars and grabbed this young woman and physically assaulted and restrained her. When I see drug-free signs go up in my neighborhood, I don't feel safer. I instead have to wonder which one of my neighbors will be next. Instead of investing in an organization that doesn't keep us safe and actually harms us, we need to invest in the people of our city. One way would be building up our violence interrupter program by building a violence interrupter academy in either Ward 7 or 8 that will immediately create jobs in those communities, as well as a pipeline of future violence interrupters in our city. While we build this academy, we need to put money into our current violence interrupter programs that work to prevent harm instead of simply reacting or causing it. Instead of cutting money from DC public schools, we need to invest directly in our children's health by hiring more guidance counselors, more behavioral specialists, and investing in the Safe Passage program. We should be investing in our city's emergency and mental health services as well, including the substance abuse team that has been existing for several years and that provides medical assistance to DC residents in crisis that won't land them behind bars. Another good example would be to move traffic enforcement away from MPD and over to DDOT so that we can create a truly safe and walkable city, especially given the number of violent police encounters that start with a traffic stop and the failure of DC's Vision Zero program. These are the types of services that the people of Washington need, not only to just live safely, but to live in thriving communities. We must move money from MPD's budget to these other vital and desperately needed areas. Only when we put our financial and policy resources in service of the people and the communities of our city will Washington be a truly safe place. Thank you for your time. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Paula Edwards, Commissioner from ANC 4A01.
Hello, Chair Pinto and Councilmember Lewis George. Thank you for allowing me to testify today, and thank you to Ms. Benjamin for helping me to get signed up to testify. I'm Paula Edwards, a native Washingtonian and currently Commissioner of ANC 4A01. My comments today are my own and do not reflect those of my commission. I would like to start by thanking Commander Lavenhouse for her excellent leadership at 4D. She's very responsive and is focused on addressing problems when they occur and on preventing them through visibility and community outreach, such as regular community walks, AirTag installations, MPD bonfires, and other initiatives. I'd also like to thank Captain Mulrooney, Captain Hallahan, Captain Rivers, Officer Hamrick, and Officer Lassane, Officer Butler, all of whom have worked with us to foster the community cohesiveness that helps prevent crime. I'd like to thank Captain Reed of Montgomery County PD. I reached out to Captain Reed after a child was struck and there was a 4-car collision involving Maryland cars within 1/2 mile of our border with Maryland. He worked with Chief Smith and her staff to create a successful joint traffic enforcement detail with MPD on the district line at the 16th Street traffic circle. As a result, Montgomery County PD has increased its enforcement in this area, which helps protect our neighborhood when drivers enter the district. Chief Smith told me that she has plans for more joint details on Georgia Avenue and 16th Street on the DC line. I hope so because joint details like this maximize the resources of both departments and send the message to both jurisdictions that reckless driving will not be tolerated. A program I hope will continue and possibly expand is the Community Engagement Academy, which Ms. Wanda Gaddison very professionally leads. I think this program should be required of all ANC commissioners, and I encourage as many DC residents as possible to enroll. This program demystifies public safety and takes it out of the realm of popular entertainment. It helps set expectations and informs the public of the constraints under which the police operate. Investment in training and in teams of behavioral health experts in dealing with those suffering from mental illness will provide an immediate return on investment. Each year, some of the most problematic situations faced by police departments everywhere involve those experiencing mental health crises. These situations often result in large investments of police resources. Training and expertise to diffuse these crises will preserve vulnerable residents' safety and human dignity and result in lower risk and cost to the city. Finally, I was glad to see the property budget increase, the capital budget increase. 4D is long overdue for a new station house. The current building is in very bad condition and is not ADA compliant. It is a public building that houses not only police officers, but is used by residents for conducting public business. It is a depressing place to meet and must be an even more depressing place to work. I'd like to say that we have seen a decline in crime in my SMD. We haven't actually seen a decline, but we have seen half of the auto vehicle thefts occurring. We've seen an increase in theft from auto vehicles, a decrease in robberies, and a decrease in other types of theft, and no assaults with violent weapons. Thank you very much for your help, for your listening to my testimony, and I'm available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Edwards. Kylie Hogan, Systems Advocacy Director from DC Safe.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Kylie Hogan, and I'm the Crisis Intervention Team Director, now the Systems Advocacy Director. I recently changed positions at DC Safe. We provide 24-hour crisis intervention for domestic violence survivors in the district, and work closely in partnership with MPD to ensure that district residents have access to critical safety planning resources. With over 13,000 referrals from MPD in 2023, we are well aware of the critical role MPD plays for district residents. We are pleased to see that MPD staffing requests have been fully funded. We are also pleased to see investment in community safety officers and technology, which frees up officer time. We often hear from clients that wait times for a response for MPD are long, leaving victims feeling vulnerable and eroding trust that the police can help them at all. We also know that DV calls are complex. The relationship and history between parties requires a thorough investigation. Trauma also complicates how survivors work with officers, and providing a truly trauma-informed response takes patience, which can be challenging with high call volume and limited staffing. Time is something we often see in short supply, especially as MPD is often tasked with pivoting quickly in reaction to critical incidents, new crime trends, shifting or even contradictory political focuses. My hope is that additional staffing allows officers to respond more quickly to calls, be better prepared when they arrive, and have more time to spend with victims on scene. We are also pleased to see funding for more violence interrupters, and though not specific to the current budget, funds for MPD and DBH's co-response program. These innovative approaches to safety in our community are sorely needed. While not always perfect, we believe our relationship with MPD has been of great value to survivors of domestic violence and the city as a whole. But I want to stress that building the relationship and dynamic we currently have, which allows us to serve over 13,000 survivors a year, takes hard work, dedication, and time. In my experience, MPD leadership, and particularly those who are the most creative and proactive, are often at capacity. Just as we see projects and initiatives gain momentum, they are promoted, moved to new districts or unit, or asked to shift their focus. This erodes not only momentum, but also trust from the community. And as the city and MPD considers the FY25 budget, we want to stress the importance of also ensuring that there is time and money set aside for robust and thoughtful management of partnerships and new initiatives. both in terms of leadership capacity and ensuring that the data underlying efforts are both meaningful and accessible. With that in mind, I do want to highlight that there is a real need for investment in the issue of domestic violence within the police department. We have long called for a more focused domestic violence unit similar to what we see for sexual assault. And there seems to be ongoing conversations about reorganizing the DV unit. And while we welcome this change, we want to be sure that MPD is consulting experts in the DV community to ensure that any changes are meaningful and reflect the needs of victim safety and offender accountability. The FY25 budget earmarks funds for new technology for MPD. A critical element for domestic violence survivors is MPD's database and officers' access to essential information. Within that database, they need access to detailed information related to history between parties, orders of protection and criminal stay-away orders, and information about firearms. Critical changes were made in 2022 prohibiting the possession of firearms for individuals who have temporary protection orders against them. But those changes are only effective if officers can quickly identify gun owners and have a clear plan for recovering firearms. In addition, we have been working with the MPD to reimagine how data on domestic violence is gathered, both in terms of better identifying family versus intimate partner violence and in identifying high-frequency domestic violence calls by individual rather than addresses. Relying on addresses often masks the real volume of violence, as those incidents between individuals can happen throughout the city, or the data highlights large apartment complex even when the actual DV calls are spread throughout many units. This shift in data gathering and focus would allow leadership both centrally and at the district level to truly dig into high volume, complex, and interconnected DV cases. Identifying these cases is an essential first step to helping MPD get much needed assistance for these extraordinary situations. Bringing these cases to the larger domestic violence system review can leverage assistance across city agencies and community-based organization, allowing MPD to focus on immediate safety and offender accountability, while the group coordinates to provide critical support and mental health services, housing, medical care, and more. We believe this holistic and coordinated approach is essential to reduce violence for these families and individuals. As the council considers the mayor budget, we urge you to continue to invest in innovative and creative approaches to public safety. In particular, as we see deep cuts to some critical financial supports for our most vulnerable residents, I sadly only see MPD's job becoming more difficult. Officers can't be everything to everyone, and the city's budget must invest multilaterally and encourage collaboration to provide true support and safety to the city and its citizens. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. I also want to note we've been joined by my Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Zachary Parker. And after this panel, I'll turn to you to see if you have any questions. Next, we will hear from Elizabeth Tang, Metro DC DSA.
Chair Pinto and committee, my name is Elizabeth Tang and I live in Ward 1. I'm testifying on behalf of Metro DC DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, with more than 2,000 members in our DC chapter. I want to share some personal anecdotes that illustrate what violence and public safety mean to me and my organization. Last June, I was waiting at a crosswalk when a man suddenly lunged at me. He screamed in my face, "I will kill you, I will kill you," over and over again as he lunged toward me. I was terrified, but cops did not help me. Instead, 3 women, including one older elderly woman, immediately surrounded me and made sure that I was safe. I would never want the cops involved. The man was homeless and mentally ill, and I know that disabled people make up half of all people killed by police. To me, public safety means giving him housing and healthcare, not locking him up. Another incident a few months ago, I was on the 54 bus when a man suddenly lunged at me. I screamed, but he wasn't trying to assault me. He took the food from my lap and ran off the bus. It was then that I realized I was not the victim of violence, he was. He was so hungry that he was forced to steal. I would never want the cops involved in a situation like that. To me, public safety means giving hungry people food, not locking them up. MPD will never make DC safe. In fact, MPD is getting more violent and authoritarian every day. In 2020, I was at a protest against police violence when, ironically, an MPD cop got angry at the group of us, picked up his bike, and hit me and several other individuals with his bike. In 2021, I was at another protest. when an MPD cop sexually harassed me while driving by in his MPD-issued car. In 2022, we learned that MPD found at least 21 of its cops responsible for serious crime, including domestic violence, and found a way to let them stay on the force. And now, Council has passed Secure DC, a hyper-racist, hyper-carceral crime bill. Secure DC created a drug-free zone down the street from me last week. I felt less safe knowing there were cops lined up and down my block, waiting to arrest my Black neighbors for something as innocent as handing something to their friend. Secure DC has also created a mask ban. I now worry about cops arresting Black residents for wearing a mask to protect their health because the cops assume they're about to commit a crime instead. Secure DC will make it easier to criminalize people who can't afford the Metro fare. Why don't you fund the Metro for DC Amendment Act instead, which would make the Metro free for everyone, which Council already passed 2 years ago? Secure DC lets cops engage in deadly vehicular pursuits again. This is a dangerous step back from the 2021 law that was passed after MPD cops killed 2 young Black men by chasing them to death, Jeffrey Price and Karan Hilton Brown. Secure DC empowers MPD to be more violent than ever. Police violence is violence. DC will never be safe if we keep investing in the wrong priorities. For example, DC has almost 5,000 unhoused community members, but the mayor's budget would cut $90 million from affordable housing and emergency rental assistance. There are only 3 full-service grocery stores east of the river, while wards 1 through 6 have 72 full-service grocery stores. Hunger is violence. Is DC investing in enough grocery stores for all of its residents? No. What about kids? Are we investing in kids? No. The mayor's budget would cut $63 million from our unique baby bonds program, cut $10 million from childcare subsidies each year, and completely cut the $70 million pay equity fund for early childhood educators. $70 million, that's such an interesting number. That's the same amount being added to MPD's budget this year to help them lock up more people. So here's my first recommendation. Restore the $70 million fund for childhood educators by cutting the $70 million increase for MPD. I know we are told there's a budget crisis, and the mayor says we have to make shared sacrifices. But why do Black and brown working class people and children in DC have to be sacrificed so that cops can have more money to harass, abuse, and kill on the clock? The proposed budget cuts add up to $493 million. The proposed MPD budget is $563 million. Here's the second recommendation. Cut the entire MPD budget and use it to fund affordable housing, emergency rental assistance, grocery stores, baby bonds, childcare subsidies, early childhood educators, free transit, violence interrupters, safe consumption sites, school mental health counselors, after school and summer youth programs, monthly stipends for working class families, and other programs that are scientifically proven to advance public safety. There is even more money if you know where to look. Last week, Council approved spending $515 million over the next 3 years to help multi-billionaire Ted Leonsis, owner of 2 professional sports teams, grow his multi-billion-dollar businesses even further. Why do folks who are most vulnerable to violence in DC, people who are hungry, housing insecure, and unable to afford healthcare, why do they have to be sacrificed while a white male billionaire who doesn't even live in DC, by the way, get $500 million in handouts? My last recommendation, tell Ted Leonsis to fund his own capitalist empire. DC's Police Reform Commission told the council back in 2021 that violence is most pervasive and takes its greatest toll in areas of the district where predominantly Black and brown residents have the least access to wealth. Council has ignored its own commission's advice for the last
I'm gonna have
year.
to ask you to summarize and wrap
It's time
up.
to get your priorities straight and start investing in real community safety.
Thank you very much. Ruby Yearling, Civil Rights Corp.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. My name is Ruby Yearling, and I'm a DC resident and staff member at Civil Rights Corps in Washington, DC. Civil Rights Corps, we work with survivors of violence, individuals accused and convicted of crimes, families, communities, and government officials to create thriving, safe communities free of the harms of the legal system. So as civil rights workers, we are deeply concerned about the mayor's proposed budget that slashes social services in the name of public safety. By divesting from community programs and investing in policing and incarceration, the mayor's budget is setting us up to fail. We urge the council to challenge the many aspects of this budget that we know will destabilize our communities and make us all less safe. The council must be extremely intentional about where to prioritize our limited funds. As you know, the mayor's proposed budget will slash the pay equity fund, the access to justice initiative, emergency rental assistance, DC earned income tax credit, nutritional assistance, childcare subsidies, and more. Many council members have pointed out how catastrophic these budget cuts will be for DC's social net. However, the budget doesn't only include cuts. Mayor Bowser proposes a nearly $70 million increase to MPD's budget, 25 million increase for the DOC, and 6 million increase for DYRS. This is completely irresponsible when crucial social services remain on the chopping block. So Civil Rights Corps calls on the council to reinvest our tax dollars into meaningful community services that truly keep us safe and thriving. Decades of data show us that increasing police power and presence has no discernible impact on violence within communities. The evidence is extremely robust. There is no correlation between spending on police and crime rates. On the other hand, we know that front-end social investments are proven to be effective at reducing economic instability. And furthermore, DC residents overwhelmingly support expanding access to affordable childcare, building and preserving more affordable housing, increasing support for folks experiencing homelessness, and creating a local child tax credit. So today we echo the concerns of the DC Fair Budget Coalition, DC Fiscal Policy Institute, Access to Justice Commission, Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless, Bread for the City, and so many other organizations and individuals who are calling on the council to act equitably and responsibly this budget oversight season. So I urge you to critically analyze the priorities of the mayor's proposed budget and ask yourselves if we should be funneling our limited money into ineffective and deeply harmful systems. DC is the most policed city in America. How deep will we bury our communities in more police and more punishment before we admit that it isn't working and we have to try something new? So divesting from supportive community infrastructures that enable children to explore, learn, and grow will never make us more safe. Violence is happening because over a third of DC residents are struggling and hungry. Violence is happening because the police are surveying and traumatizing our residents. So as long as the council gives MPD the funds and the license to hurt our neighbors with impunity, a thriving DC remains unattainable. The council has an opportunity here to provide meaningful community investments this budget oversight season, and we sincerely hope that you choose to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Rami Jackson, public witness.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rami Jackson, and I am a concerned citizen of Ward 1. I am asking you today to decrease MPD's budget. DC is currently a national outlier. Violent crime has risen despite falling across the country, and certain crimes like carjackings are definitely up. I've had friends mugged at gunpoint, and I had someone attempt to mug me when I was leaving the Metro in Columbia Heights not too long ago. Despite this, though, the increased police presence at Columbia Heights Metro doesn't make me, a 6'2" Black man, feel any safer. All I see are armed agents of the state harassing young men and women who look like me for doing something as harmless as hopping the fare. The police are not heroes, especially when we read news articles about the overtime fraud in MPD, the fact that MPD was facilitating illegal guns ending up on DC streets, according to the ATF, and the over $40 million in police misconduct payouts that the city has had to endure since 2016. So as a taxpayer, I got to ask myself, what are we paying for? MPD receives $500 million a year and crime still keeps going up. Homicide clearance rates in DC have dropped to 45%, the lowest in decades. That's worse than New York and LA. Despite MPD showing repeatedly that they're not doing their jobs due to the rising crime rate, DC is spending $9 million to hire 40 more cops, $200,000 per officer. Do you feel safer despite all the police? I don't. I don't see the impact. I don't see the return on investment. Meanwhile, DC schools are seeing millions in cuts. Our programs for affordable housing are too minuscule to face the fact that the city is increasingly becoming unaffordable. And the Metro is talking about cutting back service despite being one of the most used metros in the country. DC's political leadership has decided that giving the police more money, despite there being no evidence that hiring more police actually cuts down on crime, is the solution to this. Crime is driven by not having, okay? Not having, what does that mean? It depends on many things. 40% of all gun violence in DC takes place in 1 square mile, 2% of the city in Southeast DC, and one of the most neglected, policed, and criminalized places in the district. Southeast DC has the fewest number of metro stations and is classified as a food desert. Despite being one of the most heavily policed areas in the city, crime and violence still continues to go up. Police are not the solution to violence. When our neighbors have their basic needs met, gun violence is lower and we're all safer. All this punish first mentality does is make this city more expensive and less livable for everybody. Locking up folks costs this city $315 a day. Putting people in jail is expensive, sorry. There are alternatives to this because we don't have to live this way. We could invest in mental health, housing, more recreational activities for teens, invest in programs like DC Safe Streets, and create a stipend for at-risk teens and families, which has lowered crime in some cities like Richmond. Please, it's pretty cool. Check it out. We don't have to live this way. The safest places have the most resources. Say it with me. The safest places have the most resources. Let's stop investing in MPD and let's invest in DC. Thank you for your time. I'm open for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Star O'Leary, public witness.
Hello, I am here also from HIPS, and I am a community outreach coordinator, and I am here mostly to testify about the drug-free zones, which have hampered my ability to do my job, much like my colleague Shane Sullivan. And we have since the drug-free zones have gone into play, we have not gotten adequate notice at any time in the last month. Notably, on March 27th, we got notice when the most amount of drug-free zones, one in each police district, went into effect with less than 11 hours, and we got notice through the news media, especially when one went into place a block away from where our main office is in Northeast DC, and DBH was also not given notice. And it says in Section 37, Section 3C of the Act that we are going to get 24 hours notice when one is put into place within any sort of distance near our office. And much like my colleague Shane said, we're mobile through the district, so we would argue that any placement of a drug-free zone is anywhere in our jurisdiction. And I would also like to know where the money from to police these zones is coming from, because a couple months ago, I was working overnight and I was asked to follow an intoxicated driver from the 911 dispatch center because I was told that there was not enough Metro PD officers out to find the intoxicated driver. And I had given them the make, model, license, and tag number of the car. And the only other person in our outreach van at the time was another volunteer with me. And both of us were like, so we can have police officers harassing us all night, following us to try and find people to harass when they're trying to get services from the van, but there's not enough MPD officers to find a drunk driver. So, but also MPD is getting more money and we're getting access to condoms cut. So I'm just wondering where this money is coming from, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. And I do want to note that we were joined as well by my Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Vince Gray, who's also a member of this committee. We'll now turn to Greg Pemberton, the chairman of the DC Police Union.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As the chairman of the DC Police Union, I speak on behalf of approximately 3,000 sworn police officers, detectives, and sergeants who serve this community as members of the Metropolitan Police Department. I've been a police officer for 19 years, and I take great pride in serving the city. I'd like to focus my time today on the ongoing existential crisis facing the Metropolitan Police Department, attrition and staffing, and more specifically, how overtime spending affects the department. As an initial matter for the council's awareness, the DC Police Union is currently working under an expired collective bargaining agreement and actively negotiating a successor agreement with OLRCB. The council will need to consider that once these negotiations are complete, not only will there likely be an increase in salaries, but also retroactive pay due to over 3,000 employees. The losses MPD has experienced in staffing are alarming. When I took office as head of the police union in April of 2020, reports showed that we had 3,626 members of the rank and file, which is all officers, detectives, and sergeants. Our most recent membership report from April 5th, 2024 states that we are down to 3,013. This is a net loss of 613 union members. The full sworn strength of MPD appears to be less than 3,330 officers. The last time MPD saw its ranks of sworn members this low was in 1967. As the attrition rate undoubtedly continues, we could see this number drop below 3,000 in less than 2 years. This would be catastrophic for the city. To quantify how the attrition rate is becoming dangerous for the city, I'd like to discuss some data. Since the beginning of 2020, the MPD has lost 1,452 officers, nearly half of the 3,300 member department. 553 of these separations, nearly 40%, were resignations, employees who just walked away from a career with MPD. The ability for MPD to hire new officers appears to be almost non-existent. Between October 1st, 2023 and March 31st, 2024, the MPD lost 128 sworn members while only hiring 117, a net loss of 11 officers in a 6-month window. If these hiring struggles continue, the MPD will not be able to increase its staffing levels. These hiring trends show no signs of stopping, meaning the concept of increasing the number of officers is completely unattainable without immediate and comprehensive changes to the way employees are treated. The way the MPD is forced to handle these critically low staffing numbers is through mandatory overtime assignments. Since 2021, the department has regularly exceeded 1 million hours of overtime every year. This is 4 times the annual average from years prior to 2020. Relying this heavily on overtime rather than hiring full-time officers costs the taxpayer an average of $70 million annually. Again, this reliance on overtime is a direct result of the understaffing previously mentioned. Extraordinary amounts of overtime are not a sustainable solution to proper staffing from a health, safety, and morale perspective. When officers have to work high rates of overtime due to combat understaffing, they become fatigued, which can impact their mental and physical abilities to do their job safely and effectively. This is also an additional reason for attrition commonly cited by members who've decided to resign or retire earlier than originally planned. Many members cite the fact that they have no work-life balance or they are unable to spend time with their families. A March 2023 study by the Police Executive Research Forum specifically found that understaffing and high rates of overtime led to low morale among MPD's sworn police force. Indeed, the over-reliance on overtime is one of the 2 greatest contributors to low morale. The way to improve policing is to have the appropriate number of officers needed to meet the demands of the city. Anything less will result in lower standards, a reduced quality of customer service, and an increase in the cost of overtime and attrition expenses. The number of officers should be decided by rigorously established empirical data and research, not by baseless rhetoric, which calls for fewer police. The union asked the council to give deep consideration when making decisions that affect the ability to hire and retain our best employees, specifically legislation affecting employee rights, as well as budgetary decisions that hamper staffing, as these issues are at the heart of the MPD's performance and its ability to provide exceptional service to its residents and visitors. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Pemberton. We are going to next and last on this panel hear from Keely Mallory, and my apologies, Keely, for accidentally skipping you. You are next, public witness.
Thank you, Chair Pinto and the committee. My name is Keely, and I'm a resident of Ward 1 who knows we can and should be better about where we invest our budget. Reallocating funding from MPD to community programs that are being slashed in this budget would actually help keep us safe. I have seen the MPD protect property in the city harder than they've ever worked to protect and serve the community members or programs they say they do. Never once have I felt comfortable or safe interacting with cops for something minor or major. In 2020, after a neighbor was experiencing a mental health crisis, I heard MPD officers from my window making fun of not only me, but the neighbor they were called to help. They didn't make her feel safer and instead escalated the situation as soon as they arrived. In July of last year, I was riding the S2 when it was hit by a car in the middle of a car chase with MPD. The car flipped on 16th Street after hitting the bus. The cops escalated this chase. They were on the scene, and instead of helping, it was community members who ran after and tackled the driver trying to run away. It was community members, not police, that helped redirect traffic. even though they were there. It was community members who made sure others in the path of destruction were okay. As a peaceful protester in 2020, I was one of many who were tear gassed and beaten by MPD. These are not one-off situations. This is who they are. The MPD is rotten. They've been found to abuse their overtime hours, costing the city millions, keeping at least 21 cops on the force after they were responsible for serious crimes. They murder citizens point blank and during car chases. Instead of being reprimanded, the city continues to hand them millions of dollars while cutting public social services. It costs more to pay the salaries of cops to stand around and arrest people for $5 of fare evasion than to just fund Metro for all. They aren't helping our community, they're targeting our community. Black people are 12 times more likely to be killed by police than white people in DC. 87% of people held at DC jail are Black, and 52% are being held without conviction. The council's own reform commission wrote in 2021, violence is most pervasive and takes its greatest toll in the areas of the district where predominantly Black and brown residents have the least access to wealth. Our purse strings are always tight, but we choose every year not to fund those places that have these least access to resources. And instead, we take from them and give to the already $500 million police budget. When this budget proposal takes $70 million from the Childhood Educator Pay Equity Fund and increases the MPD budget for the exact same amount, it is crystal clear that this is not a shared sacrifice. It's a slaughter of everyday working folks' livelihoods for the sake of looking like you're investing money to keep the community safer. We have yet to see the return on investment from MPD. There has to be a change. The data is out there showing where the root causes of harm and violence are and how to invest to fix it. Use it and watch our community transform. Invest in fixing the food deserts in Ward 7 and 8. Make sure there are activities and jobs and places to be for the youth. Stop making our youth walk among cops in schools where they should be safe, have a space to learn. Help our in-house neighbors. Invest in violence interrupters rather than continuing to heavily police neighborhoods. Tax the exorbitant wealth that already exists and make them sacrifice. Choose to invest in our communities. Year after year, we fund the same horrible practices, and year after year, we are not safer. Try something new. Stop running into the same wall over and over again, hoping for a different outcome. I urge you to reallocate funding away from the increasingly violent MPD and invest in evidence-based non-carceral solutions that address the root causes of harm and give our community more access to resources because we literally elected you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory, and thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. I do want to note to those who are testifying from HIPS, thank you for your testimony and pointing out the concerns around notice. We have followed up with MPD and DC Health about this. The way the legislation was crafted was around notice to Department of Behavioral Health, to DC Health, and licensed medical establishments. And so that is the kind of hurdle right now. That doesn't mean additional notice is prohibited under the legislation, but that's the what we're working through now to follow up. So we will continue to look into that. So thank you for flagging that for the committee. I want to thank you all for your testimony. Again, we are, sorry, let me just see 1 second. I want to ask you, Mr. Pemberton, you mentioned the overtime concerns as it relates to understaffing. And one of the things that I'm interested in is how we allocate and determine what overtime is going to be for the year. Of course, there are some things that come up that we can't project in First Amendment assemblies, but there are also some consistencies built in throughout the year of events that we know are going to happen. And so how do you think we can be doing a better job at the start of the fiscal year anticipating what the staffing needs will be and what the likely overtime expectation will be?
Oh, thank you, Councilmember. That's a great question. And I think the way it's framed, it assumes that there are so many of these special events and sort of large gatherings that require additional police presence, that's sort of the universe of overtime assignments. But what we're seeing on the ground is obviously those things are still happening as they do every year, and they're probably somewhat easier to budget for. But what we're seeing is that particularly in the patrol section, there are not enough police officers to cover the shifts that are out there, and there are not enough police officers to respond to the 911 calls that are coming in. And so what we're seeing is this regular practice of just holding officers over, sometimes 2 hours, sometimes 4 hours, sometimes for an entire shift, so that they're working double shifts back to back. And this is a practice that takes place, not only in patrol ubiquitously throughout the city, but also in CID, where detectives who work at the district level and also respond to 911 calls of serious crimes, that there's not enough detectives working in certain districts to come out. And so we're seeing overtime assignments for just the regular everyday activity of responding to calls, doing on-scene investigations and taking reports. On top of that, I think we're seeing a lot of strategic decisions by the chief about how to target some of these areas that are plagued with more serious crime. And while obviously we agree with the proposition that sending officers into that area is going to be helpful, most of that work is done through overtime assignments. And so they're sort of a separate category beyond just special events. And that's one of the things that I think is plaguing us the most, because it's unexpected. Officers are thinking that they're probably going to go home at the end of their shift only to learn that they have to stay for another 8 or 10 hours, or that they're about to go into their days off, and then they find out their days off are now canceled, and they have to actually come in on what was what they expected to be their days off. So there's two categories there. I think to answer your question it's probably easy for the department to budget at least most of the special events, even though there are some unexpected ones. But our concern here, as it reflects in our testimony, is this sort of just throwing police officers at everyday police work and using overtime to fund those operations. I think that's something that would be resolved if we just hired the proper number of police officers.
Okay, thank you. And as we think about budget investments that have been effective, last year, the incentives that we put in the budget for bonuses, for tuition and housing assistance, were aimed at trying to get more officers in the door. And so from the perspective of you representing the union, have those interventions and incentives been useful?
Well, I would say the deficits that we're running on a month-to-month basis, that's sort of the number that we look at to see what the staffing direction is. And from, I would say, middle of 2020 through 2023, we were losing an average of 15 police officers a month. We've seen that number reduced. Occasionally, there's months where we actually post a positive number, which I think is encouraging. But as I testified to, over the past 6 months, we still have a loss of 8 officers, or excuse me, of 11 officers. Now that might seem like things are normalizing, but our position is that we really need to get back to the numbers that we saw in 2020 or even 2022, where we were still looking at 3,500 police officers. Right now our membership is hanging right around 3,000, which is significantly less than it was in the past. So, our position here is if we can find a way to get those staffing numbers up, those overtime numbers will come down, which will also impact this attrition number, because that burnout will start to go away.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you all again for being here today and sharing your perspective and your testimony. We appreciate it all. I am now we're completed with our public witnesses for today, the Metropolitan Police Department. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Council Member Zachary Parker, for any opening statement that he has, and then we will invite Chief Smith to the table.
Thank you, Chair Pinto. I want to begin by acknowledging and thanking MPD for its work in Ward 5, including the announcement just a few minutes ago that MPD made an arrest in the murder of 14-year-old Avion Evans at the Brooklyn Metro Station last Thursday. Make no mistake, our goal must and will continue to be to prevent such senseless loss of life from occurring in the first place, but I appreciate the efforts that MPD has made to incapacitate and hold accountable the small number of individuals who are responsible for most of the violence across our city. I appreciate that we have made enormous strides this year reducing incidents of crime and violent crime. Some of that increase or reduction rather occurred before Secure DC's passage, and I suspect the reduction will continue. I want to again emphasize my appreciation for Chief Smith's focus on encouraging officers to engage more proactively with district residents and the entire force's work in Ward 5. I look forward to asking more about the proposed budget and how we can make the investments that we're giving to MPD go further. So with that, Chair Pinto. I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker. I would now like to invite our government witness up, Pamela Smith, the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. Welcome, Chief. And as you know, and you're welcome to sit wherever you're comfortable, if you have members from your team joining you at the table and if they'll be answering questions, if I can ask everybody to introduce yourself, your name and your position. We can start with you, and remember to turn your microphone on. Please go ahead. Will you introduce your name and your position, please?
Frihio Dereso, Agency Fiscal Officer.
Leanne Turner, Chief Administrative Officer.
Great, thank you. As you all know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you to turn your microphone back on and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide for the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Chief Smith, I'd now like to invite you to make any opening statement that you may have.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members of the Committee on Judiciary and Public Safety, everyone gathered here today in person, and those joining us online. My name is Pamela A. Smith, and I am the Chief of Police for the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. Last week, Mayor Muriel Bowser presented her fiscal year 2025 or FY25 budget and financial plan. The mayor's budget prioritizes strategic investments in 3 pillars for long-term growth: public safety, education, and downtown. I would like to thank the mayor for her unwavering support for public safety and the Metropolitan Police Department. She knows that public safety is essential for DC and its communities and residents to thrive. Today, I will brief you on the mayor's FY25 budget for MPD and how it supports our goal to have a safe city for our residents and our visitors. To begin, I would like to update you on the tremendous work the men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department are doing and the progress we are making in fighting crime in the city. As you know, a year ago, in March 2023, crime began to spike, in particular in carjackings and robberies. In July, after the mayor appointed me chief and the council passed emergency legislation reflecting shared priorities of Councilmember Pinto and Mayor Bowser, we began to reverse this spike. I would like to thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for quickly stepping up in support of the department and a safe city, and for continuing your efforts with the passage of Secure DC. I would also like to thank the members of the council for joining us in this support. Your leadership in these legislative changes are vital to our crime-fighting efforts, and I appreciate it. Today, I am pleased to report that for 2024 to date, DC index crime is down across the city in all 7 districts. Citywide, violent crime is down 22%. This includes 17% decrease in robberies, a 23% decrease in carjackings, 33% decrease in assaults with dangerous weapons, and a 28% decrease in homicides. Our property crime is down 12%, including a 16% drop in burglary, 21% in theft from auto, and 31% in stolen vehicles. There have been one more sex assault than this time last year, and 166 additional thefts. But as you have seen in the news, our officers are making many arrests for sexual assaults, organized retail theft, and porch thefts. I know we still have a lot of work to do. I'm not satisfied with simply driving crime down. I can envision a future where we will be able to talk about having achieved and sustained historically low crime in the district. We are not there yet, but what these numbers tell me is that we are making strides forward. Our neighborhoods are safer for our residents and visitors to enjoy, and MPD officers are working hard to ensure our residents are safer and feel safer. Mayor Bowser's budget provides critical investments to support continued progress. The mayor's FY25 operating budget for MPD provides funding for approximately $565 million, an increase of approximately 14% from the approved FY24 budget. As always, most of MPD's local budget, or about 9 out of every $10, is for people, otherwise known as the personnel services budget. The remaining local budget of $54 million covers a variety of non-personnel services costs, including recruiting and retention efforts, specialized law enforcement purchases such as uniforms and ammunition, and contracts for police and fire clinic, fleet maintenance, and information technology. Of the local budget, only about $1.9 million, or just 1/3 of 1%, is not already committed to salaries, benefits, major contracts, and vital programmatic spending. This fraction of a percent covers a wide variety of small but necessary operating expenditures such as language access interpretation and translation services, promotional testing, and subscriptions to legal databases. The mayor's FY25 budget supports MPD's missions primarily through investments in people and crime-fighting technology. Our top priority remains hiring, retaining dedicated and talented sworn officers and professional staff. Our current sworn staffing of 3,319 sworn members is the lowest in the past 5 decades. It will take years to reach 4,000, but the mayor's budget for sworn personnel is a critical step forward. It will fully fund 3,370 sworn police officers, which is the number we believe we will be able to hire and retain by the end of September 2025. On the other hand, our sworn staffing is not as low as it was expected to be. A year ago, staffing was projected to be below 3,300 at this time. Fortunately, with stronger hiring and reduction attrition, we are making steady gains. Our recruitment strategies are among the best in the nation. Our marketing team works closely with our recruiters to supplement in-person recruitment, ensuring a cohesive and effective recruitment strategy. In 2023, we received nearly 5,500 applications to become an MPD recruit. So far this year, we have seen a 47% increase in the number of applications compared to this same time last year. Our in-house marketing team purchases ads directly, which ensures that we are able to get the best pricing and cast a wider net for our recruitment campaigns. This approach maximizes visibility while minimizing costs and allows us to reach a wide audience for recruiting beyond our region. Custom recruiting software developed by MPD volunteers streamlines the application process. It enhances applicant engagement and provides valuable analytics for informed data-driven decision-making. We maintain a strong focus on ensuring our hiring process is streamlined and among the fastest for police agencies. Anecdotally, we often hear from new recruits that MPD was the first offer they received. We leverage the latest technology and industry-leading best practices in recruitment marketing, including techniques such as targeted programmatic ads and social media engagement. In addition to high-tech recruiting strategies, our in-person recruiting team relies more on relationship building, such as by working with universities and partnering with the U.S. military to develop and sustain a lasting recruiting pipeline. And of course, our most productive recruiting pipeline is our cadet program, which provides young DC high school graduates a scholarship for up to 60 credit hours and a pathway to become a recruit officer. We currently have 131 cadet officers. In the past 30 months, 57 cadets have successfully transitioned to recruit officers, and we will have another number of cadets that are scheduled to transition to the recruit training program in May. The FY25 budget maintains our funding for 150 cadets. Police departments from across the country and around the world seeks MPD's expertise in recruiting. One of the Metropolitan Police Department recruiting videos, in fact, won the 2023 Police One Recruiting Video of the Year award, even besting an entry that featured a cameo by Shaq. Just thought I'd throw that in. In short, we are doing everything every police department is doing and much more. To leverage these efforts, the mayor's budget continues to fund the incentives that attract top talent with a $25,000 hiring bonus for recruit officers, a $5,000 bonus for cadets converting to recruits, and up to 6 months of housing support for those moving to and staying in DC. We are also investing in our current officers and the future of the department. The budget continues our strong police officer retention program, which provides support to members with between 3 and 8 years of service who have college loan debt. This targets a time in an officer's career when they are more likely to separate from the force. For FY24, we are able to make awards to 75 members. The grants awards up to $10,000 and are paid directly to the lender. In addition, we are very intentional in providing development and leadership opportunities to our members. I instituted bi-weekly briefings with all lieutenants and above to make sure they have information to help them become effective leaders. We have implemented a police leadership academy for mid-career members, bringing together a diverse group of passionate future leaders from across the country to engage in shaping the future of law enforcement. We also send qualified civilian and sworn employees of all ranks to various programs and trainings at entities such as the Naval Postgraduate School, the FBI National Academy, and the Senior Management Institute for Policing. MPD is also attractive to both current and prospective members because of our commitments to wellness programming and to diversity and inclusion. MPD's Assistance Program and Family Support Unit have long provided strong support for our members. I am pleased that we are now able to expand the methods of support to include individual services such as our wellness checks that have reached more than 1,300 members and supportive resources. This includes an expanded chaplain corps, wellness trainings embedded in education at all levels, and providing everything from newsletters to yoga trainings. Through these and other initiatives, we are making sure everyone has the knowledge and the opportunity to integrate wellness into their routine and their lives. This emphasis on wellness has been a sea change in law enforcement. We recognize that a healthy workforce that is grounded in principles of compassion and equity is better able to foster those values in the work as well as in our communities. I am also pleased to be able to support partnership for wellness and positive change in the community. For instance, MPD is engaging with our Faith Advisory Council, which is focusing on important issues such as youth engagement, community outreach and engagement, crisis response and support, and advocacy and social justice. MPD is one of the most diverse police departments in the country. Its demographics also closely mirroring the cities. We have also taken steps to ensure that MPD is attractive to women who are interested in a career in law enforcement. In 2022, MPD announced its commitment to the 30 by 30 pledge, a national effort to ensure that 30% of law enforcement recruits are women, We have already met that mark. Now we are striving to reach 30% of our sworn members being women. With women accounting for 24% of MPD's force, we have already exceeded the national rate of approximately 13%. Not only do we support women joining MPD, but we are supporting women joining law enforcement and become leaders in all areas of their lives. The department's inaugural women's conference hosted in March during Women's History Month sent a powerful message on this point. We had almost 500 women that attended this transformative event designed to empower and inspire women in their personal and professional lives. It was an important opportunity to develop women in MPD and across the workforce. In addition to support for sworn staffing, the FY25 budget demonstrates a strong commitment to building and maintaining the professional staff necessary to support a world-class police department. To be clear, our goal of reaching 4,000 sworn officers has not changed, but professional staff serves in roles that do not require police authority, and they bring experience and expertise that our sworn members may not have. In short, having a strong professional workforce allows police to focus on critical operations, but civilians constitute a smaller proportion of MPD's workforce than most police departments. Currently, nearly 18% are civilians compared to 23% in comparably staffed sized cities. Most of the recent increases in civilian staffing have been due to the growth of our cadet program. The mayor's FY25 budget funds more than 100 new civilian positions to support MPD and our crime-fighting efforts. These positions include staff to better leverage our crime-fighting tools, such as the Real-Time Crime Center, and for our expanded CCTV network and helicopter deployments. Some new hires will replace sworn members in functions such as police stations, customer service representatives, cell block technicians, and background investigators. I am pleased that the FY25 budget will fund a new Community Safety Ambassador program, an emerging best practice in law enforcement. The Community Safety Ambassadors, or CSAs, will provide community-oriented support for certain non-emergency, non-priority situations and roles that do not require a response from a sworn officer. This can include supporting the mayor's community hubs, the Safe Passage program, and our telephone reporting unit. These positions will engage with the community through high visibility and community events. We anticipate them directly supporting sworn members, such as by collecting administrative data at our traffic safety compliance checkpoints and other initiatives, and assisting with low-risk functions such as canvassing for missing persons and preventing the entry of unauthorized persons onto certain scenes. The CSAs will not be sworn police officers and will not respond to calls in which a suspect is on the scene or likely to return, or in which an arrest may become necessary. Some of these details will be fine-tuned over the next 6 months, but we believe this will be a strong addition to MPD as well as the community. Mayor Bowser's budget demonstrates her commitment to targeted investments that will make our communities safer. Strategic investments in technology will help to make our crime-fighting efforts more effective and efficient. It is important that DC use industry-standard technology that is helping police across the country effectively and efficiently protect the community while respecting the privacy and constitutional rights of others. Just yesterday, Mayor Bowser, Deputy Mayor Pia, and Chairperson Pinto joined me at MPD headquarters to cut the ribbon on the Real-Time Crime Center and to launch Camera Connect DC. Camera Connect DC gives residents, business owners, and institutions a way to help solve crimes. And by helping to solve crimes, you can help to prevent crime. There are 2 ways to get involved in this effort. First, by registering your camera system. If you have a doorbell camera or a private CCTV system at your home or business, we are asking you to go online and register it. There is no cost to register your cameras. This platform allows residences, businesses, or anyone with a security camera anywhere in the district to register their existing camera. When a crime occurs, MPD will be able to send you an alert that asks you to review your video and upload the footage so we can quickly get ahead of those who want to cause harm. I want to make it clear that you are in no way giving MPD live access to your camera or footage by registering your camera, but it helps us identify potential sources of video evidence around a crime and create a way for us to quickly communicate with you to ask for video. You choose what to upload. If you previously registered your cameras with MPD, you will soon receive an email asking you to confirm your information. There is nothing else for you to do after that. Second, businesses, apartment complexes, and commercial facilities can go a step further by integrating their cameras with MPD. To be clear, these are cameras that are only viewing areas in which there is no reasonable expectation of privacy. But by leveraging state-of-the-art technology, you can integrate and make your camera system available for direct access should a threat or incident occur near your locations. Cameras across the city will be a force multiplier for public safety, allowing us to provide real-time information to responding officers. That is a very powerful public safety tool. I encourage you to go to MPD's website to learn more about how you can be a part of making your community safer. The Real-Time Crime Center will serve as a nerve center for police in DC and the region, collecting and analyzing data from various sources such as CCTV cameras, emergency calls, and technology in order to enhance situational awareness, facilitate quick decision-making, and improve the efficiency of crime prevention and response efforts. The RTCC will play a crucial role in identifying patterns, coordinating resources, and providing timely information to officers on the ground, contributing to a more proactive and effective approach to policing. For example, on Friday night, within minutes of getting a 911 call for a robbery in progress in the 4th District, the RTCC was able to provide responding officers with a description and images of the 2 suspects. Officers searched the area within just 10 minutes, placed both of the suspects in custody. And last Thursday, when 14-year-old Avion Evans was fatally shot on the Brookland Metro platform, the RTCC was the essential key in getting information to police and the public in less than an hour. And as you know, we announced prior to this hearing today, the arrest of the suspect who committed this tragic incident. And again, it was due to the work of our law enforcement partners and the immediate information that was published and sent out to the public and the community who I cannot thank more than enough for their support and their continued tips and information they've shared with the Metropolitan Police Department to bring this case to closure. The RTCC staff work to relay information between agencies. We get information regarding suspects and we push out photos out of the entire police department in about 30 minutes after the first 911 call comes in. The RTCC works with Metropolitan Police Department's communication team to get the pictures out to the public in less than 15 minutes. The FY25 budget will enable us to take additional steps to leverage this state-of-the-art facility to make DC safer. The budget continues Mayor Bowser's sustained commitment for expanded DC CCTV network on public space. We know that cameras support better investigations and prosecutions and deter crime. In 2023, we deployed 48 new cameras, and we will deploy 50 in 2024. The FY25 budget will accelerate this critical investment, supporting 200 more cameras. This investment will continue over the next 4 years until we reach 1,025 cameras in 2028. The FY25 budget also supports the necessary CCTV refresh program to ensure older cameras are updated so that images are clear to support investigations, prosecutions, and resource development. The mayor's budget funds the purchase of 47 new license plate readers, or LPRs, and critical system support. We use LPRs to help locate missing persons, carjacked or stolen vehicles, and vehicles used in violent crime. They also help in the deployment of resources for special events and motorcades. In addition, the budget would fund an upgrade and expansion of our electronic control devices, or ECD, deployments from 400 to 600 devices. This less lethal force option helps to ensure that force, when necessary, is appropriate, proportionate, and reasonable, and at the lowest level necessary. The ECDs are not always an appropriate option, but when a situation is appropriate for use, they can help to protect the community, officers, and combative subjects. These investments, in conjunction with the RTCC, will help make DC better and safer. As I said earlier, while we are already making great strides in crime reduction, that is not the ultimate goal. The District of Columbia should be the safest city in the country. The mayor's budget can help us to reach that goal. The mayor's budget makes additional critical capital investments to fight crime and support our employees and community. For one, it enables the department to replace our helicopter. Falcon 1 and Falcon 2 have been vital in helping police on the ground to find suspects. Last year, Falcon deployments assisted in the apprehension of a homicide suspect and subjects involving in shootings, carjackings, and other crimes, supporting 194 arrests. MPD helicopters also provide support with high-level view of crime scenes, infrastructure, and crowd or traffic updates. Falcon deployments are essential for safety on our rivers, as they help to locate persons in the water or on our bridges and provide high visibility patrolling. Air support also monitors traffic operations in the city when crashes occur. This investment supports public safety for everyone in or traveling through DC. Lastly, the capital budget funds updates to our police stations. The 7th Police District, which is located in Ward 8, is funded for a complete replacement. In addition, the budget funds smaller capital projects such as HVAC updates, roof repairs, and so forth to ensure our other stations are safe and healthy buildings. Our police stations in all 7 police districts are important hubs for our community. Community members come to report crimes, access police services, print emergency parking signs, and attend community meetings and events in our stations. And of course, they serve as the home away from home for all of our patrol members who work out of these stations 24/7. Our officers deserve facilities that are safe and healthy, and we appreciate the mayor's commitment to supporting our officers. In closing, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present Mayor Bowser's FY25 budget. I am optimistic that with the investments in this budget, the dedication of MPD employees, and the support of the mayor, the council, the committee, and government partners, we can continue our progress together in making DC a safer city. I know that you must contend with multiple budget priorities. However, a safe city makes all other progress possible. Therefore, I urge you to fully support the mayor's FY25 budget for the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Smith. And I do want to note for colleagues, we're going to do 15-minute rounds. So I will start, and then we'll go to Councilmember Parker and then Councilmember Lewis George and anyone else who joins us. So thank you, Chief Smith, to you and your team, those of you who are here today, and the thousands of members of your team who are not physically with us in the building, but are out fighting very hard to keep residents safe across our city. We are so appreciative of all of the hard work you and your team do every day. It is not easy. It is often dangerous. And as you hear every day, as I know I and my colleagues do, residents want and deserve to live in a safe city. And so I thank you deeply for all of your work to make that true for more and more residents each and every day. I appreciate the partnership we've had over the course of this year, and your comments about some of the reductions we've seen. I certainly believe that some of the interventions that we've put in place legislatively through the public safety emergency bill that we passed this summer, as well as Secure DC, will continue to help us drive those numbers down. Everything from the preventative measures we put in place for safe commercial corridors to improved accountability for pretrial detention, changes to our gun crimes and making sure that endangerment with a firearm, discarding of a firearm are held with the severity that they need, and improvements with our government coordination, both within our local government and our unique relationship with the federal government. So I applaud you and your team for the major reductions that we have had. We have legislative guardrails, but I know it is a lot more than that. It is the interventions that you've put in place. It is the Faith Advisory Council that you've started. It is the new operations that you and your team have thought outside the box to deploy. And I am confident and hopeful that we will continue to see those numbers drive down. So with all credit and appreciation for most of the categories that we've seen reductions in, especially the 22% reduction in violent crime year over year, that is good to see. What continues to concern me, in addition to the violent crime numbers, is our numbers around sexual abuse that we've seen a slight increase in this year. And so I'm hoping you can shed some light on what MPD's efforts are to address sexual abuse and violence in our city, and how we can be even more proactive and responsive of these very serious cases.
Well, thank you for that, Councilmember Pinto. And so when we look at the numbers in comparison to 2023 and even as far back as 2019, approximately 6 cases, 11% of the 2024 total are believed to be stranger cases at this time. And I say at this time because this number may drop as the investigation proceeds and more information is known about the relationship between the victim and the offender. Through the sexual assault response team and the independent consultant, MPD, we put a great deal of effort into victim support, specifically around sexual assault cases. Any allegation of a potential sexual assault is immediately handed over to specifically trained detectives. One of the efforts that we've been making since we have seen a slight increase is that we've distributed posters to some of our nightlife establishments, starting with our 1st District and 2nd District to raise awareness amongst our customers, not to leave drinks unattended, that under DC law, an intoxicated person can't give consent and is not consensual, it's rape. We've been kind of getting out there, making sure that we're working with organizations serving our immigrant communities to examine issues, if you will, around intimate partner violence, to ensure that they are familiar with the prohibition on enforcing civil immigration orders, and that we know how best to serve these especially vulnerable victims. And so when I saw the numbers increase just a little bit at the beginning of the year, I was intentional about sitting down with our team to make sure that we're getting the message out there and making sure that we're doing our due diligence with our partnering organization to ensure that we are not only protecting our victims, but those folks who could be potential victims in some of these establishments. The other portion of the sexual abuse cases are known individuals. And we've been working very diligently with, again, the victims to ensure that we are providing them some support.
Thank you. So I want to ask about staffing, which continues to be a challenge. And there are a number of pieces in this budget that make proposals to rectify the staffing shortages that we're still seeing in MPD. But the proposal around the community safety officers is one that I've heard for years from officers about their desire to have some more support for some of the administrative functions of the job, whether that be paperwork or report writing. But I want to get a clearer sense of what your vision is for these officers, how they will actually be deployed, and what it means for your current staff. And so in your testimony, you talked about the community safety officers and the budget, including $8.7 million for 40 new community safety officers for new civilian positions, which will, quote, free up 46 sworn officer positions. So how will that freeing up work? Are these new positions, or will this civilianization effort be with officers that are already within the force?
Well, thank you for that question. So the community safety ambassadors will all be new positions. They will not be police officers that are currently in their active role. You know, the intent, and to your point, Councilmember Pinto, when I came into this space as the chief equity officer, one of the complaints that I also heard from some of the officers is the administrative burden. And some of the, we have officers who are in our stations who kind of do the customer service representatives and other positions that I feel that if we have our community safety ambassadors who will support some of the non-emergency functions of the Metropolitan Police Department, there will be greater value added. Number one, we will have those officers who are currently residing in our district stations and other positions. They will now become a part of our patrol operation. What I'd like to be able to do, we're still building out what this will be, because this will be a part of our FY25 budget extensively, but they would certainly be available to engage within the community through high visibility and community events, where I would say for traffic posts where we have police officers, we can now replace them with our community safety officers. They will have ambassadors, I'm sorry, they will have, they're uniformed. They have uniform items, as you can see from the photo that we have displayed. We have a couple of vehicles that we'd like for them. It's non-emergency vehicles, but we want them to be visible at our community events. We also want them to be available to support our community safe passage efforts and safe passage programs. They will also be available to assist our members in our telephone reporting unit, where we have sworn police officers kind of managing those phone calls, which is a function, I think, of a professional staff or civilian employee. We will also have them supporting us in the space of releasing lost, found, and recovered property. I mean, in a property office, we have police officers serving that function, and we can certainly use, whether they're police officers, as in boots on the ground, whether they're police officers in leadership roles. I can use those police officers in other areas across the workforce. And then just, again, assisting us with some of the administrative tasks that's consistent with the duties of a professional staff in our law enforcement agency.
Okay, well, thank you for that context. And I think it is so important as we think about where we've come the last 5 years in the broader conversation in our city about, and even we heard from many of our public witnesses today, of we're putting a lot on police, and should all of these responsibilities be on police? I think what people mean is traditional sworn officers. And so as we think about civilianization, I think a lot of that effort is really very aligned with the conversation of ensuring that there are community ambassadors, I like that term, available to address so many of the needs that sworn officers are currently addressing that may not be the best use of their time or the best kind of interaction with the public. And so this could be a real opportunity for a win-win. I just want to make sure that the vision for them is laid out clearly as we continue to fight for this budget, and to make sure that every piece of the budget is working together. So as you think about the coordination component with safe passage, how do you think about additional coordination that's needed between our safe passage program, the ONE's Leadership Academy, the SROs, the potential ambassadors here, in making sure that the network of providing support and safety to our students to and from school while they're in school is coordinated, that we don't have a kind of piecemeal approach to those interventions.
And thank you for that, because that is something that the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety and Justice, Lindsay Appiah, and I have been in constant conversation about, as we think about how we will use our community safety ambassadors. And you know, as I know, that the safe passage workers are not police officers. You know, they're really there to be the eyes and ears, and then to provide information to law enforcement when things are happening. Again, our community safety ambassadors in some of those really high-risk areas can certainly be that force multiplier in order to engage our safe passage workers. But not only that, but also be the eyes and ears for the things that are happening with our young people to and from school. As you know, we had about 100 SROs. The community safety ambassadors will not be assigned inside of our schools. We will continue to have our SR school resource officers assigned to that location, but they will certainly be of support to them external at the beginning of the school day as well as at the end. And I mean, having 45 or more, hopefully in the future, CSAs in those spaces will certainly be a support to both the schools, but also to our young people. I mean, I think there's a potential for us to work very closely with DCPS in this space also, because they have police officers and other entities assigned to the schools, security guards assigned to the schools, where these CSAs can also be the eyes and ears to provide information, if you will, to these supportive forces in our schools.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's really important. The eyes and ears and the follow-up is one of the consistent pieces of feedback that I hear from school communities. Of somebody sees something, that's one step, but making sure that there is active communication and follow-up between the school leadership, parents if need be, and other folks in the ecosystem. I also want to lift up something that came up in our public testimony today from the Parents Amplifying Voices in Education group, PAVE. And one of the things they were talking about was more consistent training for officers, not just SROs, but all officers in dealing with young people. And I wanted to ask you what you thought about that idea for interactions that are focused on young people, whether that's a focus on de-escalation or restorative practices, or just the differences that young people have from adults.
And that's a good question, because I think most people know I'm really a strong advocate for young people. I enjoy working with young people. I believe our young people are our future, and there's so much more that we can do, not just as an agency, but as an ecosystem, to really be a little bit more supportive in that space. When I think about the additional training, we have a Youth and Family Engagement Bureau, an entire bureau that works with at-risk children. As you know, all of our police officers are trained in de-escalation. We have many opportunities, even during spring break, where we have our Youth and Family Engagement Bureau officers who take our young people out on various activities throughout the week, on the weekends, during the summer months. That collaboration between our police officers and the young kids in our community is even more enhanced. We have an amazing relationship with DPR, where we know that these are the Department of Parks and Recreation. We know that our young people frequent these locations, and we have our police officers in those spaces and places. One of the things that I would like to see, and I'm not short-sighted on saying this, is the Police Athletic League reinvigorated, and the use of our Boys and Girls Club to also enhance and bridge that gap with what's happening with our young people. I think the police, and I am a benefactor of the Police Athletic League, but I was also an employee of the Police Athletic League when I lived in New York City, and I thought it was a very, very viable program. And so I've had some substantive conversations with some of the school leaders who I think will be instrumental in helping us bridge the gap and bringing that program back to fruition. Because when you talk about the relationship between young people and the police department, it's very vital and it's critical. I think it's the difference between whether a young person will go in the opposite direction or whether a young person will stay on the right path. And I think our Youth and Family Engagement Bureau, I've made some changes in that just recently to make sure that we can be a little bit more intentional in engaging with our young people in our schools.
That is great to hear. And does this budget advance that goal?
I don't know if this budget advances that goal, but I think that we can advance that goal with what we currently have right now with our partners. I've had substantive conversations with the director of the Boys and Girls Club, and I've also had some boots on the ground trying to build conversations about the PAL with some external partners. So I think we will be able to do something in that space.
So just to be clear, because the Boys and Girls Club vision we have talked about, I've heard before, I think is a great idea, but do you have what you need in this budget to take the next step in advancing that?
It is not in this budget. Is that correct, Leanne? That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. We will come back, but I will turn to my Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Zachary Parker, for a 15-minute round.
Good to see you again, Chief. I want to pick up where you were discussing with Councilmember Pinto about the community safety ambassadors. How many are staffed now, and how many do you hope to staff across 2000 or fiscal year 25?
Can you share a little bit about that?
We're in the very early stages. There's 13, I believe, that have been hired within the last month. They're in training. It's a they go to training, they do classroom work, and then they go out and go out into the field for a week. I think it's 1 week, and then they go back. And so there's a cycle of that. I think there's 3 or 4 rounds of that. So there's nobody deployed just yet, but they're in training. And we hope to get to 40 community safety ambassadors, and then the remaining 5 are for the leadership structure because they'll have a director and supervisors as well.
Okay. And where are you searching for candidates for this program?
I think we've been going through our regular recruiting process for all of our civilian positions.
Got it. Okay. And Chief, you were talking about the role that these ambassadors will play with schools. They won't be in schools, but they could support with safe passage, entrance, exit from school buildings. Can you elaborate what that might look like in practice in conjunction with our safe passage workers, which as Councilmember Pinto highlighted, we heard some testimony earlier about ways that we can even improve that program.
Right. And so I think for me, there's still some schools where we do not have, safe passage workers. This would be a great opportunity for us to kind of enhance and support that in that space. And it certainly, again, this is at the beginning of the school day and at the end of the school day, which gives our community safety ambassadors to be engaged in other activities, during that time period when they're not working in that space. But we're still in the very early stages of developing what that will look like. But I know we prioritized the areas where we would place our SROs, and having some of the community safety ambassadors in places and spaces where we do not have our safe passage workers will be a force multiplier for us in that space. Councilmember Pinto talked about the follow-up, the engagement with the parents and things like that. This will also be a very supportive effort in that space.
Okay, quick follow-up, and then I'm going to jump more into the numbers and the budget proposal. They're in Ward 5 in particular around McKinley Tech.
Mm-hmm.
There were a number of incidents this year, robberies, namely. Can you speak to efforts either underway or that you envision in fiscal year 25 of how we can better coordinate across government? So my reflection of, MPD responded, did what it could, but it wasn't just all on MPD. We needed DCPS at the table and DPR at the table and safe passage workers. And oftentimes I felt outside of my office working to coordinate some of that, there was a void there. Mm-hmm. How is MPD thinking about that coordination, namely with our school communities, to counter some of the incidents that we're seeing?
So one of the things that I can say that's been a positive thing for me since I've been in this space is the ability to be able to work very closely with DCPS and with respect to ensuring that when crime and things are happening at the schools, that they make notification to us. And Chancellor Farabee and I have been on substantive phone calls with respect to activities and crime, if you will, that are happening and that happens in the school. And we've kind of built a really good rapport around that. Can we do better in that space? Yes, we can. I think that having other leaders at the table when we talk about the entire ecosystem, and how we can support our young people and to ensure around McKinley Tech, and I'll talk specifically about that, there were some things that we just did not know. The crime was not being reported. And so once I had a dialogue with the chancellor, he and I had some substantive conversations with different folks. I brought my team in, and then we created a pathway where when things are happening, we need to know about it because it's twofold. I understand that there's this emotion, if you will, to protect kids, but you don't protect kids when they're victims of crime. And so being able to bridge that gap in that space, and what I see and envision in the future is not just the chancellor and myself having those conversations. To your point, I've had conversations with Director Athene Freeman as well, to bring us all together in that space. But then there are some other spaces and places like CFSA and some other organizations that we can think about as we move into, as we're getting ready to end this school year, what can we do in the future? And so we've been very instrumental about being very vocal, if you will, from the Metropolitan Police Department side and making sure that we're building those connections. And I'm gonna be honest with you, they've been really good for me. I'm new in this space, and I think the other folks have been in here a little bit longer, and we have to, I feel like there are times, because I'm very passionate about young people, I have to kind of step outside the box a little bit. And it's been beneficial for us. It's working for us. We have our assistant chief of our Youth and Family Engagement Bureau, Andre Wright, who is heavily engaged in the activities with our schools.
Well, I hope that continues and can serve as a model of what we need to do more citywide. That coordination, I believe, is critical to the work that MPD is trying to do in responding to a lot of these incidents. In terms of the budget numbers, I wanted to lift up certain things to get a better understanding. For human resource services, I'm seeing a significant reduction at a time when we know we're trying to attract and retain more officers. It seems like a $4.7 million cut there, as well as a reduction of about 10 FTEs. Can you speak to the impact of such a cut in the Human Resource Services Division?
It was a shift. And so what we did was we moved the bonus payments that for hiring, we moved them to where the bodies sit, which is in police services. So it wasn't necessarily just a reduction to the human services. We kind of realigned it. This is our second year developing a budget under DIFs, which is not how we had it before.
I got
So
you.
there's some challenges here.
Another agency that your budget book doesn't necessarily mirror what is being done in DIFs.
Right.
We had that same issue yesterday with an agency where the numbers kind of looked off.
Yep.
Another question about federal payments. I'm noting, did you all receive ARPA money, or are those separate federal payments that are ending?
We received ARPA funding in prior years. We don't have any for FY25.
Right. I see it zeroed out, but I didn't. Am I to assume that that's all ARPA funding, or are there other federal dollars that are ending with the end of fiscal year 24?
You're talking about the $9 million
Yes,
reduction?
yes.
So that was a federal payment that was just it was a swap. It was like a revenue. That wasn't even ARPA. That was a different federal payment that had come in that offset some of the local budget last year. And so that was restored in our local budget. We don't feel the impact of that we didn't have to reduce hiring or anything else.
Got it. And then one other question, rentals, equipment, and other, there was 100% reduction. Can you speak to what the change is there for rentals and what that's even about?
That might take me a second.
Okay.
I don't have that one available.
All right. Those are things that were a bit unclear. A few other questions. There is a new capital project labeled crime fighting technology that is receiving $13 million over the next 4 years. What kind of information technology is being purchased with that investment?
So that is the breakdown for that. It's 4.7 million in 25. 4 million of that is to purchase 200 new CCTV cameras across the city. The bulk of that money, the bulk of that 13 million over those years is CCTV cameras. The other part to that is 711,000 that is in FY25 is to procure 40 some odd LPRs to replace the aging ones that we have.
And what are LPRs?
License plate readers. Sorry.
Got it. Okay. Great segue. How many new CCTV cameras does MPD anticipate being installed in Ward 5 in this current fiscal year and in fiscal year 25?
I won't have that information right now. I will get it. We have 50 that are coming online shortly, and I did not print out that listing. We do have the locations identified. The first 12 of that shipment are coming next week. And our goal is to have all of those installed before June.
And am I to assume that when you get 50, you're trying to evenly divide that across the city, or is there an equitable distribution based on where you're seeing incidents?
It's a data-driven approach on where they are. Also in terms of where we have other cameras, because there are the populations are denser in some areas and the ability to put cameras up. So I will have to get that information for you, but it's not, we don't approach it as a formula of just divide it by 7
Okay.
or 8 wards.
If
7
you
districts or 8
could
wards.
follow up.
Absolutely.
As you know, there are many Ward 5 neighbors, and uh, they have found those cameras to be beneficial in some communities. And we have some communities requesting them. Chief Smith, I am sure you saw the recent report about crime guns that were linked to MPD's facilitation of gun sales in the district. I appreciate and acknowledge that this happened before you took over as chief, but I wanted to underscore and understand rather the full scope of the issue. How many violent crimes have been linked to guns purchased through MPD? And I'm referencing the recent article, I believe it was in the Post, about this issue.
So I clearly this happened before I arrived, but I can kind of give you a background, and I don't know the answer to the question that you asked. But I can say that for more than a decade, the district had one federal, I mean, you know, the FFL, a business that transferred handguns bought by DC residents outside of the city into DC, as is required by federal law. And for all of these individuals, MPD conducted DC gun registration process, which includes comprehensive background checks based on the applicant's fingerprints. Because of a concern about, do we know the number? Okay, they're pulling it up. Because of a concern about DC's legal position, if there was no legal route for residents to exercise their constitutional rights, the council had enacted legislation providing for MPD to serve as the FFL if there was no business providing this service. In March of 2020, the one FFL ceased operation. At that time, MPD assumed its responsibility under district law to serve as an FFL until another business began operation. For less than a year, MPD transferred in guns bought by DC residents out of state. During this time, MPD continued to conduct the same rigorous background check as it did before and as it does now. It is tragic that any guns are ever used in crimes or to hurt people, but it is not surprising that of the more than 800 guns that were transferred while MPD served as the FFL, some were used in crimes. They can be lost, stolen, or illegally resold and used in crimes anywhere, or people who have had no previous criminal record can commit a crime. I don't know the answer to what your question is. We don't have that information.
If you could follow up with that, I will ask more directly, is this program still in operation?
No, not under the Metropolitan Police Department.
And do you support efforts to hold gun manufacturers and distributors accountable for the public nuisance that their products can create?
I do.
Okay. And this should be a softball question. Can you speak to the operational changes that MPD has made under your leadership to date, and which ones you believe are most effective? And that may be a long list, but if you could just name one or two operational changes that you think most account for the reduction that you're highlighting we're seeing in violent crime across the city.
I think one is Operation Atlas. That's one of the operations where action teams leaving areas safer, which I thought would be a force multiplier to what we already had in place, which was the robbery suppression initiative. We launched Operation Atlas back in December, kind of sort of as a pilot to see how we would begin to really look at quality of life crimes. And when I say quality of life crimes, simple, a red light out, a traffic light violation. And what we found was that within that first month, we did a significant job with officers volunteering to come in to do this work. We had to date right now, we have over 403 arrests, 72 gun recoveries, 964 traffic citations that have been issued, and we recovered 72 stolen vehicles. And the reason why I say this is impactful is because I was trying to figure out a way, how could we find something that was in the middle of what we already had and not to put too much of a stressor on all of the other initiatives that we had. And I found this one to be the most effective. Sometimes and supportive. And I say I pride myself in that one simply because of the fact that it really rallied the troops. The legislation that was introduced, the Act Now, Secure DC, everything in combination around that really gave the officers a boost to really feel
And in my
supported.
last 15 seconds, where would you say MPD morale is today?
Oh, it's pretty it's significantly higher than what it was when I got in this role.
Would you classify it as strong?
Very strong. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So Chair Pinto stepped away, and next up is Councilmember Louis George.
All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon, ma'am.
We're gonna shift from 5th district to 4th district.
Yes, ma'am.
As I look at dollars, first, let me say this, I am, as you know, I chair facilities for DGS. And a part of my goal is to ensure that we are doing a better job serving all of our client agencies, MPD being one of those client agencies. Yesterday at length, at the DGS hearing, we talked about, I think, a 3.3 investment in DGS and facilities specifically for MPD and improving facilities at stations, and reducing work orders and the time between work orders being complete. So this is an area we're going to continue to work on. As it relates to facilities, I want to talk about 4th district. I saw we're replacing 7th district. 4th district station, I'm not going to ask for the full replacement here, although there are community members who do want a full replacement for 4th district, namely. But 4th district cell block has been pushed back several times. And we have been supposed to get 4th district cell block particularly is supposed to get renovations and upgrades. It has severe issues, HVAC, plumbing, et cetera. I want to make sure in this budget that 4th district station is accounted for, specifically the cell block.
So the 4D detention area is a current project against our PL 110C funding. So it is ongoing. DGS is managing that. It's not a dedicated project as a line item. It's part of the pooled capital dollars for these types of repairs. And there's actually a few other 4D efforts.
Okay, so does that mean, because I think 3 years ago we were on the list and then we got pushed back. Our cell block got pushed back. We were supposed to be pushed, now being made whole for that. So does it say whether 4th district cell block is going to be?
What the note on here, and this is from DGS, this is as of last week. It says that the official construction kickoff was held on Thursday, March 21st. So
Okay.
they have currently, so it's using current money that we have in our capital budget for FY24.
Great, okay.
And it's it's around 1.6 million. So it would be the renovation project for that. It just sounds like it got started way later than it was originally planned.
Understood. Okay, that's great to hear. As far as 4th district facilities go, we've had ongoing issues with some of the roof. It's a facility that doesn't have an elevator. It does need locker room upgrades, et cetera. Is there anything outside of what we're using in fiscal year 24 contemplated for 4th district as far as capital upgrades?
Yes, in the PL 110C project, the 4 million that's set aside for the small capital improvements, 4D roof is one of them.
Great.
And then there's also a new generator for 4D. That's a current project. And then window upgrades. And then there's another funding line for general locker room upgrades.
Okay, perfect. All right. On to the questions of lights and cameras that my colleague has already hinted at. I'm sure you all knew that were coming in this sense. Residents regularly ask for lights and cameras, and we're often told they're all deployed. Since September, residents have been requesting an MPD camera be placed at the corner of New Hampshire Avenue and Farragut Street Northwest. In December, MPD confirmed that the request had processed and the next available trailer will be put in this location. The Technical and Analytical Services Bureau has not yet put a trailer at this location. So I'm hoping that as you all are looking for that particular location is on the list. I wanted to ask, how many light and camera trailers does MPD have? Okay. And then my further question is going to be, how many are currently deployed in Ward 4? And my understanding is just trying to understand what metrics are used to deploy lights and cameras to districts. Obviously, as Councilman Parker is saying, every district wants our set of lights and cameras. I know, Chief, that's something you have to grapple with. I think if you only use data, if it's hard to use data to select the cameras, I feel like in certain areas in comparison, 4D is never going to sort of meet the threshold, but in certain respects, but it is still an area that needs access to other crime fighting things like lights and cameras as well.
Absolutely, and council member, to your point, it's not just the data as alone. There are times, depending on what's occurring or what's happening in that space, we will relocate or we will add. We may put a pole camera up or a different type of camera up in a particular area. So working very hand in hand with the commander in that space and obviously your office. If there's some things that we committed to and we have not yet brought it to fruition, we will certainly look into it to see what happened.
Okay.
And again, we look at it in totality, right? Because crime moves, right? It doesn't just stay in one particular area. And even though we may prioritize it looking at data, the team is very, very intentional about making sure that when there's a need for any particular camera, whether it's an LPR to be moved from one location to the next based on the lack of crime in a particular area, we do that as well.
Okay, great. So this is something, I will follow up on just, areas that community members have been waiting for, but my hope is New Hampshire and Farragut, at least who's been waiting the longest, will be considered in that new batch.
And so I did just get a note that they are on the list to get a permanent
Great.
camera at that location.
Thank you. Perfect.
And there are 22 trailers
Got it. Oh, total for
in total,
for the district.
citywide.
Okay. I wanted to ask about the Second Chance Act. We had a number of witnesses testify about the Second Chance Act. MPD's operating budget includes a $300K enhancement for a records management consultant to, quote, meet the requirements of the Second Chance Act. The legislation's FIS indicated that this is the only funding required in the first year of implementation. So I guess my question is, do you agree that the Second Chance Act is fully funded in fiscal year 25 in this proposed budget?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. And do you agree that the portions of the law that are not automatic, meaning people will have to file motions for relief, will become applicable October 1, 2024 if this funding remains in the final passed budget?
I have to confer for an answer on that one.
Okay. And then I just want to ask sort of how many employees do you currently have fulfilling sort of arrest records requests and how many requests can they fulfill on a monthly basis? Is that going to have to, with the passage of this law, will we have to increase in that area?
So we've recently reorganized our records division to maximize efficiencies, and they're all working out of one location as opposed to when they were at 300, they were on different floors. So we had to have multiple people answering the phone and doing all that. So we've set up at 441 a new sort of queuing system where everybody can come and get their service. And then the people that are working behind the wall are able to support different types of requests. And so I don't think that one more thing is that we're also working to automate our process. So it's not as much as a paper-driven process as it was in years past, where people had to literally go and pull files. We're automating it so that it's really technology-driven on sealing records.
Great. Okay.
We don't anticipate needing, now, of course, if the numbers, skyrocket, that's different, but we don't anticipate there being an unmanageable workload increase.
Got it. My colleague already asked about the crime fighting technology, but I just wanted to clarify just a few things. How is this money for cameras different than the money in the CCTV fund?
The CCTV funding line is to refresh cameras as they age out.
Okay.
So this program is to grow the camera network to
Gotcha.
a larger number. So these are going to be considered basically new cameras on top of. The other ones are replacing cameras when they hit 6 years. We try to replace them. The technology it changes so quickly. And when we start to realize the grainy images and just the camera degradation, that's what the replacement refresh money is for.
Got it. And then there was we talked about readers being a part of that, license plate readers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask for parity amongst the district amongst your districts for those. And then I think the CA said something about tasers because you're expanding use of tasers, a different classification of officers. Who will be carrying tasers? Is that the community safety ambassadors? No.
No,
Oh.
they'll be sworn officers. So
Okay.
currently they are the patrol sergeants have them.
Okay.
our emergency response team has them. We want to expand our field training officers to have them. That's where the
Okay.
expansion would go to, because they're out in the field quite often as well.
Got it. Okay. And then they asked about community safety ambassadors. Will community safety ambassadors, will they be armed in any way, like with the taser or pepper spray or anything? No. Okay. So it's just purely civilian. Gotcha. Okay. I wanted to ask about use of force. The DC Auditor's 2021 report, MPD and the use of deadly force made 3 use of force training recommendations at that time. And they basically included, recommendations. And so of these recommendations, has MPD ensured that all officers are adequately trained on how to use the ballistic shield?
Councilmember, I don't know that answer. And
Okay.
you said this was from 2020?
Yeah, so the auditor report had 3 sort of use of training recommendations.
Okay.
And then the MPD anticipated each training would be completed by the end of 2023. So when MPD responded to the auditor, they said, we can do these recommendations, but by the end of 2023. And so I was just trying to see if it was, one was the training on ballistic shield, the other was training on door breaching device before receiving authorization to use that device. And then there was something about intervals, MPD receiving tactical training refreshers to address scenarios in which there is some indication that an armed subject is within the premises to be entered.
I'm going to confirm, but I think that some of those things were as part of the PDT training, the professional development training that the sworn members get during the year, but let me just confirm with them.
Okay. More on the training piece. In September, the Office of Police Complaints made a set of recommendations to MPD called leveraging random reviews and body-worn camera analytics to enhance police training and minimize use of force incidents. Does MPD conduct random reviews of body-worn camera footage? Are you using the recommendations recommended by the Office of Police Complaints? Basically, are you using body-worn camera analytics, automated or otherwise?
Yes.
We're using the review of the cameras, but not the I think that the analytics part that he's talking about was a particular piece of software that we don't have.
Okay. And then my question was there any funding required to adopt any of the recommendations made by the Office of Police Complaints?
I'll have to go back and look at the specific recommendations again.
Got it. As we look at recruitment efforts, obviously a lot of DC tax dollars are being used as much as possible. We want DC tax dollars to stay here as much as possible. What percentage of officers currently live in DC, and what in this budget incentivizes officers to want to live in the District of Columbia?
So as she looks up the percentage of officers that live in DC, I mean, I think there are a lot of opportunities for our officers to live in DC. When we talk about the recruitment piece, we offer $25,000 sign-on bonus. We also offer up to 6 months of rental housing. We also, for our cadet corps program, we pay for 2 years of college so that they can obtain their associate's degree, and then they can become police officers. We also have the home to work vehicle program that we do offer our officers that live in the District of Columbia.
Okay.
We also offer an educational reimbursements, if you will. And then there are a lot of leadership development courses and trainings that we offer to our employees who work for MPD.
Okay. It sounds like there's some incentives that are like tied to living in DC. I think if we can tie some more incentives to living in DC, we can up the percentage of officers who are living in the area that they serve and work.
Totally agree. One of the things that I've talked about a reduction in officers who come from different areas, reduction in their rental rate, because as you know, some of the rental property is really high. Having opportunities for there to be a reduction in that space.
Great. My last question. So we have called this budget the shared sacrifice budget. MPD's operating budget is growing by almost 14%, and the capital budget is tripling. The budget contemplates, I think, adding 108 FTEs to the agency, I think, across different ways. Are you all, is MPD sort of even capable of spending all of this money and making that many hires in comparison to how many hires you were able to make last fiscal year?
Yes, we believe that we are. The majority of the increase in funding is attributed to pay increases from the prior 3 years.
Gotcha.
So that's kind of, that's a part of the existing staff salary. We think that we're confident that we're going to be able to hire because the 108 are for civilian positions, which have historically been a little bit easier
Easy
to
to
hire.
hire. Okay.
They don't have quite as, it's not quite as
A daunting task.
yes.
I can try to give you the word, but yes.
And then the capital budget over 6 years. I mean, so we think that these are achievable year by year as it's broken out. It's not, then the biggest bulk of that was fully funding the 7D build out. That was where the majority of that money came from. That was almost 30 million of the increase.
Oh, wow, that's right. Okay. So I can't squeeze 4th district in there, Chair Penta. Just kidding. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to say, of course you can.
Thanks. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sure you would be like, yeah, send it over.
I misunderstood. I thought you meant a question for the 4th district. Just to clarify for the record. I'd now like to turn to our Ward 3 colleague, Councilmember Matthew Fruman, for a round.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Pinto. Great to see you, Chief Smith. I've been watching and I can only be here for a little while, but I did want to say hello and I do have a few questions. I'd start with congratulating you on what I hope you feel like is a great start. You've come into a whirlwind with a lot of change and we're seeing positive results, and thank you for your role in that. One of the things in Ward 3, and particularly as an example in Cleveland Park, there were a lot of issues in Cleveland Park, and your team instituted patrols that really made a difference. I mean, there was a 7-Eleven that had been hit over and over and over again, and I was at a community meeting where that person vented their frustration, legitimately vented their frustration, and now they're very pleased. That person's very pleased with where things are at. How are we doing? What are your goals around getting more officers on the street in business districts like that, in other places in Ward 3 and around the city? Because every resident I talk with feels like that kind of in-person, outside of the car presence is so important to addressing issues.
Well, thank you for that, Councilmember Fruman. I think what you're seeing at Cleveland Park is impactful across the District of Columbia. We have our business beat officers that are assigned to pretty much all 7 district, 8 wards. What we're doing is for a lot of our businesses, we put QR codes in our businesses. So what that does is that it requires the officer to get out of his or her car, go into the business, and scan his or her phone and do a check of that business. And to me, it's 2 things. One, it creates the visibility and the presence, but it also helps the officer to build a relationship with the business owner. One of the things that I've found over the years of policing is that when you communicate and get to know the people that you're working with, you gather more information about what's happening in your community. These officers become a viable presence in those businesses, but then the business owner also knows who to call when things start to happen. And I think that has been impactful, not just in Cleveland Park, but in a lot of our districts across the District of Columbia. And we will continue to uphold that effort because it's working for us.
And I mean, is the hope, I'm aware of it in Cleveland Park. I'm not aware of it in the same way in other places in the 2nd district. Is that a program that in a sense you're piloting? Frankly, it's an old program. It's the oldest program. That's the way it once was. But are you piloting it in some places and hope to expand it? Is it everywhere already and I don't know about it?
It's in most places across most of our districts. And it's a hotspots policing concept. That's really what it is. And I don't know if it's been around a long time because we didn't have cell phones that we could put up to a kind of a QR code, but it's something that we and I'll say our 6th district commander met with George Mason, professors at George Mason, and we began to pilot that program the hotspot policing program. And I think it's a really effective program. We have launched that in several other districts across DC, and it has been instrumental in helping us to drive down crime.
So really appreciate that. When I say it's been out there for a while, obviously the technologies are new and great, but the idea of the neighborhood officer who knew everybody and who was known by everybody.
Gotcha.
That's the old,
That
great
is.
concept.
Yes, sir.
Another new technology innovation, and we're seeing it in the second district, is officers on bikes and e-bikes, I believe, and going around.
Coming. The e-bikes are coming. Don't introduce it too soon. Give us a minute.
All right. So, and again, that allows the officer to touch multiple neighborhoods in the same kind of way. Where are we at in the rollout of that program, which I think is also a super important program?
So I think that we've had the bicycles, mounted police officers for quite some time. I think that what we needed to do was really reinvigorate those bicycle patrol officers in the majority of our districts. We have it in our first district, second district. We have them in our third district, fourth district. And in certain areas, we will use them, in others we don't. And I'm gonna tell you my passion behind it was that, and I'll say this, and I'm not being flippant when I say it. You know, I've always wanted to be a bicycle patrol officer when I was a private or police officer. And I think I put in for it 3 times, right? I put in my application 3 times and I never got selected. And I thought it was a very useful resource to have, because it also, you can move through the crowds a lot faster. And when Commander Savoy came up to the second district, that was one of the things that she said, hey, Chief, you know, I want to get officers out on bicycles. First district commander said the same thing. And it is a really critical and viable tool. I am pro bicycle patrol and pro foot patrol. As you've noticed, you've seen more officers out on foot patrol, and we will continue to move in that vein as we continue to increase our recruitment efforts and onboard new police officers. You will see a build out in both of those areas.
So, and you mentioned Commander Savoy, and so I would be remiss if I didn't say how great of a job she and her team are doing. They are always responsive when something arises, and we're looking to get information to try to be able to communicate with the community. And you know, she and her captains, lieutenants, really doing a great job. So very much appreciative for that. Speaking of the second district, the building there, they deserve a building that's better than the building that they're in. I don't know when the last time I'm sure that's true in other places around the city, but please, I mean, it is striking to me actually when I go into different schools around the city and see the state of the buildings. I go into recreation centers around the city and see the state of the buildings, go to the fire stations around the city and see the state of the buildings, and then go to the police districts around the city and see the conditions. I'm going to be asking specifically about the second district, but it applies more broadly. What's the plan to bring these facilities to the kind of level that the other public facilities in the city are in?
I'll have Leanne respond to that.
So let me just start with, in 2D, we have an ongoing project for renovations in that building. I think more broadly with how we tackle renovations district by district station, we find it is difficult to do more than one district at a time, in part because when we close down a station for renovations, we have to move our detention areas to we have to spread that workload elsewhere. And so right now we're doing the 7th district. We had the last one before this, I think, was the 6th district and youth division. I think the next 2 of the aging buildings are the 4th and 5th district. So we're trying to maintain repairs until we can get replacements in place. Like, so even for 7D, we're looking to replace the building, but we have to also replace the roof because it's causing water damage inside. So the same thing with 2D. We're working on a 2D roof project. We're working on some other generators and detention center projects.
All right. Well, I mean, this is one that over time I would like to be an ally with you, because I do think this is an area for improvement that is important. And one of the things that you brought on when you first came on was the community walks. And so each of the districts do a community walk a week, I believe. And I'm curious what attendance is looking like. And I understand it as a, you getting in, you really want to establish a connection, but what's attendance at those community walks looking like? And are you thinking about any change to the 1 a week policy?
So I certainly credit the commanders and the officers who really take a robust interest in this, our community and engagement officers who are doing this work on a weekly basis. And so it ebbs and flows, right? And I say it ebbs and flows because we have to also be intentional about timing, right? How the time period that we get out there, sometimes we're out there and people are at work, so you have lesser numbers. In the evening time, you have more numbers. And so our commanders have been very intentional about making sure that we are trying to leverage our community walks so that we can have interactions and relationships with the majority of the folks within those respective areas. I do not plan to do anything different. It's working. And the reason why I say it's working is because it's building relationships. It's making sure that the residents in those communities have an opportunity to not only get to know the commanders, but get to know the officers, the community engagement officers, and those folks that we have at MPD assigned to that particular area. What's also helpful is that we get a lot of information from those folks along those community safety walks. And it's not just necessarily related to crime, but also some of the other agencies we bring into these spaces when we conduct these walks. So it's more of the ecosystem approach, as you hear the mayor talk about often. It's not just MPD, but we bring along DPW, DDOT, and other entities across the government to also support the efforts that are needed in some of these communities.
No, I hear you. I've been on many of these walks. I can't do one every week, but and you do invariably, there's somebody who says that light isn't working and it's important for safety that light be fixed. So I get the value of them. There's a lot of demands on your officers. I definitely very much value the desire to strengthen the connection. I do sometimes wonder whether 1 every 2 weeks would do the job. Maybe that's in the 2nd district, but I defer to you, given all the other demands on officers.
So one of the reasons why I say that is because when I first arrived, everybody kept saying, I don't see the officers. I need to see the officers. I need to see the officers. And one way that I know that you will see them is by directing the commanders to conduct community safety walks. There's no reason why any resident in a community to not know who his or her commander is, whether he or she comes to the station or whether we are publicly engaged with them. Now, during the winter time, I did say to them, you can ease back a little bit because it's cold. We don't want like some of our senior folks out in these elements and things like that. We can find different ways of doing it, whether it's virtual or whether it's going to a recreational center or a senior citizen center to ensure that folks aren't out in the cold elements. But I do not plan to decrease the visibility of our officers in all of our districts.
Well, I very much appreciate that. And I am not trying to push you in
I
that
know.
direction, but and part of it comes from, I do think that it's worked. And the team is out there in lots of different ways. The community walks is just one of the ways in which the team is out there.
Yes.
So thank you for that being a priority. Last thing, and I told the chairwoman that I would just take 5 minutes, and I meant it as true at the time, but I'm going to run out of time. You made a reference to youth sports and connecting, because it's great for you to be connecting to residents in Ward 3 on community walks, but really the critical thing is connecting with our youth and kids who are at risk, and the kinds of things with youth leagues and things like that can be have over time been a very, very important tool for the department. I think they atrophied. I think that, that there's space for a lot of growth in that area. I'm curious if you can talk more about your plans in that area, what you do to reward officers who participate in things like that, because some of it is an after hours kind of thing. So can you speak to me about that and how we can help you to make that a bigger part of what the department does?
Well, thank you for that ask. So first I'll say that, Department of Parks and Rec, Director, Thenie Freeman, I think she do a fabulous job with just bringing in individuals, young people into these community centers or recreation centers. When I think specifically about the Police Athletic League and when I think about the Boys and Girls Club, being able to be more supportive in those roles. What I will say is that we have officers who, when you talk about volunteering their time, who are coaches, who coach these young people in basketball and volleyball and football. I mean, officers who reach out to me directly to say, hey, Chief, can you come to this game or can you show up here? So we know we have a lot of officers out there that are doing this kind of work and they volunteer to do it, right? Is there a way for us to look at a mechanism for rewarding them or awarding them or rewarding them? There probably is. I just had not factored that in because they do this so willingly and so freely. But there is an opportunity for us to do that. How you can be supportive of us, since you asked the question, is at some point there will be a significant a request, it's not in this budget, of how we can really support our recreational activities for our young people. From the police perspective, there are two areas that I think will be very beneficial. The Police Athletic League, which I shared earlier, it doesn't just encompass sports, but it also gives young people to come in and arts and crafts. They can do volleyball. They can do a significant number of activities right inside the recreation center with the police officers, because most of our police officers are assigned to PSAs, right? Police service areas. And to be able to come in for an hour or two to work with some of these young people in our communities and get them on a different path will be, to me, so beneficial. There is a National Police Athletic League that I've worked with, even since I've been in this space, just trying to do some foundational development around that before we launch it. But I think it's really important that we really work with getting our young people off the street and in programs that'll be safe. I talk about the schools, and I'll share this for a few moments. I know you got a little bit of time left, but we still believe, the mayor believes, the deputy mayor of public safety and justice, the superintendent of OSSI, the chancellor of DCPS, we believe our safest place for our children are in the schools, especially when they're in school. So when school is not out, what is the safest place for our young people to be? In some of our recreational centers, in our programs, and we want to help. When I say we, the Metropolitan Police Department, we're doing some of that work in collaboration with our government agencies, but we need to enhance that and broaden that a little bit further. And so I'll be coming back to you, Councilmember Fruman, and the council members as a whole to talk about some of my ideas. I want to put it out there right now, but I'll talk to you about it.
Well, I will very much look forward to that conversation. Thank you very much for your service, for the enthusiasm you've brought to this position, and let's work together going forward, and good luck to you.
Thank you, sir. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. All right, Chief. So I want to continue on something Councilmember Fruman was asking about the upgrades to the police districts, which I'm very enthusiastic to see in the budget across the board for all of our districts. And this is so important for morale and just the general well-being of what our officers deserve. And so I'm thrilled to see those. I do want to ask about 1617 U Street, 3rd District, where DemPed is considering some changes to that building. It's still going through the zoning process, the community engagement process, but fire and police that are based out of there, it was recently asked of me at a community meeting, well, if fire and police are going to stay there, which I would like to see regardless of what happens in the building, I think is really important for the neighborhood, that continues to be the district station. Where would they go during a renovation? And so is there a plan for that kind of interim placement?
I need to get caught up on what the latest plan is, but our intention is to stay in that footprint. And swing space for 3D was something that we've been going back and forth with. And I think that the plan was to renovate part. I need to get the firm answer on that, but it's not going to go far because we have to stay in that general area. Whether or not it is rebuilding in the same facility and then we move up and then they renovate a different section, or there's true swing space where we leave the facility and then go back. I need to find out what the current plan is because it's changed a couple of times.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, I would ask if we can please stay very close on that. There is a huge interest in the neighborhood of making sure that the police and fire stay there. And if there does need to be a temporary relocation during a renovation, we need to kind of be on the same page of where that would be and ensuring that it's very close by.
Okay, so I did get a quick update.
Great.
Joint facility on the old fire site, and then we move in, and then they develop the remainder of the property. So the footprint would stay between where police and fire are. We would shift over to where the fire department location is. This speaks to the MPD side. I don't know what fire's plans are.
Okay, so MPD would never physically leave the building.
Well, we would move into the fire side of it and leave our footprint while they renovate, and then it would come back.
And then move back. Okay, so we just need to figure out where fire would go during that renovation. Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. One moment. Okay, where do I want to go to next? I want to ask about the helicopter. So how old is our current helicopter? How overdue is this? And what are some of the costs that are associated in maintaining an older helicopter? And if I can also just add to that, as we're thinking about this type of replacement, can you talk about the practical impacts of what kind of cases you've been able to solve via a helicopter?
I'll speak to the age and the maintenance. So it's approximately 20 years old. This is for Falcon 2. So we've replaced Falcon 1 and we are in the process. We should be receiving the new helicopter that we purchased last year next month. So this is to replace the second helicopter. Maintenance costs for helicopters are based on flight hours. So the more we fly it, the faster the maintenance cycle comes. We spend around $500,000 to $750,000 on maintenance, engine rebuilds. We've had to rebuild the engines in both of those in the last few years because of the flight hours. So the frame is steady. It's the parts on the inside that kind of go is where the maintenance kind of problem starts to come in. And the technology is not going to be as advanced as when we get the new one.
And how much is the new one expected to cost?
6 million and some change.
Okay, and do you anticipate lower maintenance fees on an annual basis because the insides will have had less use to start with?
We do, and that's been factored into our lowering in our budget. Our helicopter budget used to be right under $1 million, and it's now about $500,000. What we're trading off is that with the new helicopters, we're flying them more, so fuel is coming up. I mean, so we've seen almost we've seen a significant increase in our fuel costs as we put it in the air more, which we've been using the maintenance funding to do.
Okay, thank you. And Chief, how often are Falcons being used in practice? And
Every
what
day if I
types
can
of
help it.
every day?
I said if I can help it, except during inclement weather. And so I'll say, Councilmember Pinto, specifically with Falcon, since I've been in this space, we readjusted their hours to really help us help support us during some of our high crime time periods, specifically in the evening, late at night. They have been mission critical, if that makes sense, when it comes to flying, surveillance, being able to really track folks who have carjacked or armed robberies and things like that. They have been really, really instrumental in that space. And the team has been excited, if that even makes sense, about being able to support us more in this space. I think there was some controversy at one point about whether or not before we could do the pursuit policy changed. Now they're more engaged in a lot of our on the ground operational incidents. As you see on the board, this is within the last year. Well, they've been responsible for 194 arrests. We do photo missions from time to time. They are always out conducting river checks, especially during the summertime when we have more boats and more activity on our waters. A lot of traffic checks. They respond to calls for service, and this is across the District of Columbia. And when you talk about the types of cases, specifically whether they're shootings, whether it's sounds of gunshots, whether it's armed carjackings, whether it's robberies, they are engaged in all criminal activity. And especially now, since the Real-Time Crime Center has been operational within the last month, they've been really instrumental in that space.
Okay, great. And when you say calls for service, do you mean someone who's in Falcon can see a problem and make a call for service themselves, or you mean the Falcon itself is responding to 1,500 calls of
Yeah,
service.
it's either or. You may find that an officer may be engaged in an activity, and based on the incident itself, they may call for Falcon to come up, fly over to really help provide a track, if you will, or surveillance of a particular suspect or a vehicle.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's talk a little bit more about staffing.
Okay.
Where you've come, where your plan is to go with this proposed budget.
Mhm.
So as we think about increases in officers and how it compares to attrition, what trends are we seeing? And how long on this track, if this budget is approved, do you think it would actually take to get our force up to, let's say, 3,500 officers or 4,000 officers?
I think with this particular budget, we factored in 3,370 for FY '25 is where the number we would be, but it is my hope that we can kind of get a little bit beyond that.
How many do we currently have?
3,319 to date. But we're going to stay on task with the 3,370 by the end of fiscal year 2025. We're looking at different marketing strategies, the in-person as well as advertisement on social media. We've taken an extra interest, if you will, in some of our military bases when folks are leaving the military, joining the Metropolitan Police Department. We are looking at ensuring that we have an extensive pipeline for our cadets to come into our recruit training program. As you know, we hire on a monthly basis. I think we have next hiring event is, we will be hiring another class, I think, the latter part of this month. If I'm not mistaken, we just graduated a class 2 Fridays ago where we graduated 17 new officers who are now in field training. We currently have 130, is that right? 133 police officers that are currently in the academy. We have 131 cadets. I think it's 133 police officers in the academy.
I believe that's right.
Yep, and 131 cadets. And so being able to have this budget to help us increase those numbers would certainly be significant for us.
Okay. And do you do an after-action analysis once you have a new class of why they came to the force, so we can see if the bonuses were the persuading factor for them, or if they were more interested in a continued career in this type of public service and would have done it, you know, like how are we tracking the efficacy of these incentives?
I think we offer, we have, what is the program called? A survey?
ESOF.
ESOF, is it the ESOF program that we use where the employees can go in and respond to a significant number of questions that's in that database? Specifically around, go ahead.
Well, and we have, I don't have the statistics in front of me, but we do look at it. And I think one of the driving factors has been we offer the job first. So we are very proficient in our ability to onboard people quickly. And then because we do a monthly hiring class as opposed to like once a year or maybe twice a year, we generally will get we will be, we're competitive in the space with our hiring bonuses. Our current hiring bonus is higher than local, the local area. And then our frequency in hiring is an added benefit.
Interesting. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, I imagine. And so with the recruitment bonus in particular, I think we allocated about 5.3 million to that last year. How much of that to date have you all spent?
Give me a second, I have the number.
Sure, take your time.
Can we come back to it so I don't have?
Sure, no problem. And I want to ask about that as it relates to the bonuses and the housing and tuition assistance as well, if we can look for all those numbers. So Chief, how are things going with the take-home car program? and expansions of
So
that?
we have not, we don't have a budget, and we haven't budgeted for the home to work vehicle program in the FY25 budget. But we did, advance about how many cars? 21 cars since I've been here. And I think it's certainly a great recruitment tool, but it's also a retention tool, right? I look at it from the retention space, because officers that live in the District of Columbia can have a patrol car, placed in their district. But more importantly, it's a community, engagement tool as well, because the community knows that there's a police officer that's in their district. I mean, I live in the district as well. My car is not marked, and I'm glad it's not. But having more cars in our communities, to me, is a really good effort. And I think if we have the opportunity to increase that, we will at some point, maybe after FY25, to think about how we can advance more cars in our home to work vehicle program would be helpful.
Okay. Yeah, and I've heard you talk about the importance of this before, and I've certainly talked to officers about it. Is there a reason it's not included in this budget proposal?
I think just when you look at competing priorities, right, we offer, as Leanne stated, we offer a significant amount for our $25,000 hiring bonus. But then, and that's just to onboard folks. So when I think about the retention piece, there are several other components that we offer, provide for our officers, especially when it comes to career development or professional development. And then I think about the technology that we really, when I think about what was the priority in this space, right? We talk about people, and we're investing in our people with this budget, but also being able to look at how we can advance and leverage technology. One of the things that was really, really critical for me when I got in this space is really looking at how we can be competitive in this space when it comes to technology in comparison to other law enforcement programs across the country. Not to say that the retention of our officers obviously is certainly higher on our list, which is why we offer internal programs, internal opportunities for them. But certainly when it comes to the overall program of policing, we really need, and crime fighting, looking at different crime fighting tools was really impactful to us when I got in this seat. And certainly it's something that we will look at in the future when it comes to maybe including that in our next cycle of budgets.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Oh, sure, go ahead. This was the question about how much we've spent from the budgeted amount for last year on hiring bonuses, tuition assistance, and housing assistance.
Last year being 2023?
I'm sorry, for the current fiscal year, but we're only, halfway through.
So current year to date on hiring and referral bonus is 905,000. Housing and loans, 111,000. Educational, nothing has been recorded or paid as of yet. There may be a payment in transition.
Yes,
Thank
so we just approved and signed off on 75 awards for our police officer retention program. Just under, I want to say maybe $780,000, which is about the full budget that we had set aside for that program. So we had 85 applicants, of which 75 were eligible. So we awarded the tuition reimbursement for that entire population. It was just sent over this week, so it's not going to be reflected yet. And I think there's also a lag in the bonus payments, because the way we do that is you get 15,000 when you first sign on and 10,000 when you graduate. And so it's kind of a lag, and it's memo driven, so it's not automatic. So once you do it, then our professional development bureau documents it and sends up the memo. So there's just a little timing. So it's not,
Okay.
What Free was referring to is what she actually sees having been expended. But we have a little bit of a lag.
So some more in process. And are there any bonuses offered for lateral hires from other police or federal public safety agencies?
I don't think that we're distinguishing from laterals with the bonus of the 25,000. I think they're eligible.
So
with
yes.
the same. Yes.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay. So even with a little bit of a lag, we have 5.3 million for the bonuses, but only 905 spent. So even if that's closer to 1 million, what are we going to do in the next 6 months to spend the rest of that? Or is that something that we should be looking at for next year, as while an important incentive might not need all of that funding?
I know we've adjusted for FY25 to reflect what we think we're going to be able to hire, to right size it to what we think our staffing numbers are going to be. The 5.3 million when we first started this was assuming a hiring goal that we didn't reach. And so we've right-sized it going into 25. I can go back and take a look at where we are with 24 with exactly how much was budgeted and what the math works out to be. We know how many people we're trying to hire and how many people are going to graduate at what point, because there will be some rollover and when they fall into the following fiscal year. So I will do that. I just don't have that information.
Okay,
at the
no
ready.
problem. I think that sounds good, but I'm happy to see more people are joining the force and hopefully these incentives continue to be an incentive to do so. I want to ask about overtime and the overtime spending. And so what do we know about overtime, what we allocated for in fiscal year 2024 versus what's actually been spent, even just in the first quarter of 2024? Because I totally understand some things are hard to anticipate. A last minute First Amendment assembly or a recruitment class month that is lower than expected, and then overtime needs to make up for it. So I believe that overtime and a funding source for that continues to be very important. But there are some things that happen throughout the year that we can anticipate. We know when the major festivals are. We know when a lot of these yearly assemblies are going to happen. And so is there are there improvements that we can be making to have more of an accurate reflection on what we're projecting for overtime spending versus what we're actually spending?
So for the challenge with some of that is the way that reimbursable overtime is recorded. So for example, all of our federal events, there's no dedicated funding for it on the front end. It's not built into the budget. It is a known expenditure that happens throughout the year and we get reimbursed as it happens, but it sits on the local budget. All salaries sit on the local budget as an initial matter, and then they get transferred to the appropriate funding source. So that, that's between 25 and $30 million that starts in one place and ends in another. And the budget doesn't reflect that, that spend. Like we know we're going to have an inauguration coming up. That's not going to be funded in our local budget. There should be like an SBO or another paper agency that's handling that, but it's not reflected in our budget, even though we know we're going to have significant activity in that space. That's the same thing for some of our interagency programs where there's a third party that is reimbursing it. We have our SPR funds for when people are paying into it. We try to forecast that as best we can, but that's a little bit more art than science in some cases. For the known events that we know we're going to have year over year, we do, but not necessarily. Sometimes they expand the footprint or shrink the footprint, and so the need will be different.
Okay. So how much do we anticipate needing for the rest of fiscal year 2024?
More than what we have. On our local budget, it's going to, I think that the last forecast that I had done based on what we're seeing in overtime is probably between $40 and $45 million.
Okay. And that's why, I mean, more than what we have, I think that that's what we've seen the last several years is we're always spending more than what we have allocated for. And so what can we be doing this year to right size that projection to make it more accurate?
And I think that's challenging also, council member, because when we think about post-pandemic, we've had a significant increase in a lot of our protests and First Amendment activity, right, which we're not reimbursed for. And they pop up at any point in time and oftentimes, depending on a permitted group that has an activity, a First Amendment activity, we have to staff for that depending on the size of the group that's going to be exercising their First Amendment rights. And so the Metropolitan Police Department is responsible for that. But in addition to that, we also have competing interests. On any given day, when we have a First Amendment activity, we also have special events that we have to provide support for, whether it's at Nationals Park, whether it's at the Audi Field, whether it's at Capital One, and some of the other special event programs that occur in the District of Columbia. And we've seen an increase in those activities, if you will, post-pandemic, and certainly this year. And then when you think about the number of officers that we do not have that we would like to have, there are moments where we have to hold our officers over if there is a crisis or any event. I mean, there's a shooting, right? We have to increase our visibility in those spaces and places. And so some of that accounts for that unintended, if you will, over time for some of our areas across the district.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you. So let's shift gears to investigators. There's been some more focus this year criticizing the department for not having enough investigators to help with closing cases. And so the budget for investigative services in fiscal year 23, we spent about $64 million. In fiscal year 24, we budgeted only $47 million. And then the proposed budget here for fiscal year 25 is $53 million. And so what do you think about our need to focus on investigative work to close cases? And as you're commenting on that, the chairman has a bill, Chairman Mendelson has a bill to allow MPD to civilianize more of its investigative work. And so what are kind of your thoughts about that model as we're thinking about supporting your investigative services?
I just want to address the way the budget is structured to start. And I think that it's similar to how 90% of our budget is personal services. And when the snapshot comes for how that gets developed, it's a snapshot in time as to where people are. But the chief, as we have a need for additional investigators, and we have a promotional list to promote investigators to, and when valued against what the patrol officer staffing is, she promotes notwithstanding what the snapshot and time numbers reflected, if that makes sense. So this isn't necessarily a constraint on the number of investigators. It's just, this is a snapshot from when we pulled this payroll information to develop the budget where it was. It's not aspirational in the sense of where we put, we want 500 investigators in this bucket, because it's based on where they are, where they're drawing their salary at the time when we're developing the budget. And that's why it's such a shift from year to year on those staffing numbers, because it's a snapshot from where they were one year to where they are in the following year.
Okay, do we have vacancies for our investigators?
We have vacancies for the investigators because we're down officers. But it's not they're not a separate hire. They come from the same pool. So everybody comes through the department the same way. They can take a track they can sit for the exam to become a detective or an investigator. And then that's the civil service promotion process that goes with that group. And so are there vacancies? Yes, but that's the pool where they come from is also smaller.
I understand. Okay. And so this gets to the civilianization question, like even as we think about the community safety ambassadors and some of the functions that you were highlighting, Chief, could investigation be among those functions?
I would strongly disagree, because there has to be as Leanne talks about, there is a track that officers go through. You're an officer first, then you go through the investigative process, you become an investigator, and then you become a detective. And so there is a detective track or an investigator track, if you will, that you have to have a certain number of hours, certain number of years rather, excuse me, as a police officer. And then you have to have the appropriate training. You have to have the appropriate background, if you will, to go through the process. You're placed on a list, and then you're selected from that list. So having a civilian person who may not have that level of subject matter expertise would not be viable, from my professional opinion.
Got it. Okay, that's very helpful. And is that a common thing with other police departments across the country?
Yes, ma'am.
That type of experience. Okay, thank you for that context. So school resource officers, as you know, the council last year voted to keep our school resource officers in our schools. And it looks like the proposed budget includes funding for 15 additional SROs above what was approved in last year's budget. And so I'm very glad to see some optimism in hiring and know how important these positions are in our schools. I think as of February of 2024, we had 41 FTEs in this division with 34 SROs. So are you confident that we'll be able to hire the additional positions and get up to the 55 FTEs?
Also with our SROs, they come through our police agency as well. They are police officers or supervisors that go through a process in order to become school resource officers, and they go through a particular training. So when you talk about hiring, we wouldn't hire them external from the outside, but they would come from internally within our agency.
I see.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. So I know we talked a little bit earlier about the Real-Time Crime Center, which I was thrilled to join you for the opening yesterday, and I think is a really exciting and important development for our city and for our crime fighting efforts. I want to ask you about ShotSpotter. I believe that you all have been using this equipment for a number of years. Can you describe the use of ShotSpotter and where is this technology installed and what's the cost?
Okay, so ShotSpotter, I mean, we have it on our phones, as well as obviously in our real-time crime center. And so anytime it's clearly across the district, and anytime there are sounds of gunshots, we are alerted via ShotSpotter. Our communications, and I say communication center, our real-time crime center is alerted of that information, and then we deploy resources to those locations where there are sounds of gunshots across the District of Columbia. And it's been really, I think, it's certainly a really good tool, not just limited to the Metropolitan Police Department or DC, but across the country. I don't listen to ShotSpotter on my phone because I don't have the time, but a lot of the assistant chiefs and commanders do. And when they see it on their phone, they are oftentimes really engaged in making sure we get resources to those locations.
Thank you.
And the costs?
We pay about $550,000. And the way ShotSpotter's contract is structured is you pay per square mileage of coverage. And it's a sensor-based system. So if we say we want this geographical footprint, they will go out. We don't pay by the sensor anymore. Years ago, you paid by the sensor. Now we pay by coverage zone.
Okay, so this will fold in naturally with the work of the Real-Time Crime Center.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Chief, something we've talked about before, and I want to say on one of our hearings, maybe in the fall, on the element of Secure DC, but maybe it was over the summer, we talked about some other pilots you were focused on to get officers out of their cars. And I know you talked to my colleague about the weekly community safety walks that your commanders and officers are engaging in, which I think is excellent and are really appreciated by so many in the community who are seeing their officers more and more. But what else are you doing or urging the department to do to get out? There was some conversation of, I think it was started in the 5th district for kind of scanning.
QR codes.
QR codes.
Yes,
And so I'm wondering if that effort was successful and what you think about that expansion.
Oh, it's been very successful. In our Ward 7 and 8, our 6 wards 5 and 6. We've really expanded the Chinatown and Gallery Place. We've really expanded that across the District of Columbia. When you talk about other efforts to get them out of the car, is about the supervisors really being present in spaces and places where we need them to be. When you talk about what are we doing differently, is really there's some accountability in that space now. With making sure our supervisors are out on the street, making sure and it's not a micromanagement concept, but it's just making sure that we show up for our officers, because if they're able to get out of the cars and go check a QR code to make sure that the businesses are checked, we expect our level of supervision to be able to do the same thing. And I think what you're seeing in engaging our officers in that space, but then letting them know that we support them in this work. And I think that matters. I mean, you and the mayor have proposed legislation, and legislation has been passed by the council to really support our officers in policing. And so they feel it now. They feel the impact. So typically, whatever we ask them to do, and I will say this, I give full credit to the officers that come to work every single day and do this work. That it is a passion. You have to have a passion to do this work. As you see the numbers being reduced, it's because these officers are very passionate about this work, whether it's on foot patrol, bike patrol, whether it's in a special operations division, whether it's protecting our First Amendment activities and protesters and demonstrations, special events. What you see is the passion from our officers doing this work, and we'll continue in that effort, whether it's on foot or in the car or on bike patrol.
Thank you very
Yes, ma'am.
much for that continued focus. I know it means a lot to our communities. I want to ask about the 7th District headquarters specifically, because this was allocated $26 million. And so what's the plan for the renovation for that site?
So the plan is going to be to build a new headquarters on the parking lot, and then so that they don't have to swing out to a different location. So they'll stay in their building. The construction will happen on the parking lot. We'll have to address the parking situation that will be in place while they do that building. And then when they swing into that, demolish the old building.
Okay. And is there a reason that that's budgeted for a higher cost than the other replacements or repairs?
It's a complete renovation, a rebuild of the whole building.
Okay.
It's the 7th District building. We have tried in years past to, it's got curved walls. It's very hard to expand on it. It's hard to just add to that space. Unlike some of our other facilities that are very, the construction is different. And so that was kind of the thought process. They have looked over the years of trying to just build out to accommodate the additional staff, and we can't find the space in the footprint that exists as it is now to just build out space to accommodate more people. So the answer moved towards just build a new building.
I see. Okay, thank you. And I want to be very clear that I think all of these buildings need the repair, that the 7th District certainly deserves a new building that is functioning properly and warm in the winter and cool in the summer. And that's very, very important. I think the number stuck out to me because there was a huge renovation, remodel, new building project for a recreation center that was budgeted for $28 million. And I was told that was one of the largest projects in DC history, and that has a pool, multiple gyms, locker rooms, field space, new atrium. And so just on a comparative basis, was thinking about, are there other things that are included in this new building that are out of the ordinary from what we currently see in these headquarters?
I think for us, it's because they're constructing a whole new building. So it's not just the renovation.
Right.
That's the biggest difference.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Just a few other things from me. So when we think about funding within the department, I know some of these things kind of shift as the year goes on with some of our staffing, but what is your plan, Chief, to increase the tactical patrol branch funding and the work of the narcotics division?
The funding around the tactical branch, specifically our Special Operations Division, certainly looking to, as we continue to have increase in competing interests, certainly looking to increase the number of personnel there. And obviously with personnel comes equipment and other things that's tied to it. We have not yet sat down, if you will, to take a really good look at those numbers. I think that's one of the areas where we have a large number of our personnel assigned to our Special Operations Division. We are looking at adding some other tools to our Special Operations Division, and as we go into FY25, we'll be conducting a little bit more planning efforts around what that's going to look like. We just have not sat down and had a really robust conversation about how we're going to expand not just our Special Operations Division, but also our Investigative Services Division, which encompasses our Narcotics and Vice and/or Violent Crime Suppression Division.
Okay, and when you say narcotics and vice,
It's all kind of tied in there. A violent, well, vice is a term, an old term that I use. Let me get rid of the vice piece.
Well,
It's more of the Violent Crime Suppression Division where our investigators who are really tied to the narcotics enforcement is housed, if that makes sense.
Okay, it makes sense. I guess as we think about where we used to be, the department that used to have
Yep.
vice division specifically, and now we don't, right?
No.
Specifically. And so as we deal with drug cases or sex crime cases or prostitution cases, how are officers instructed on handling those cases for their regular patrol functions, especially those officers that have been on the force for a long time and used to see a vice group that they no longer see?
And so those officers that are assigned and or investigators or detectives that are assigned to the Violent Crime Suppression Division that have a specialty in that, they have the training. Our officers that are assigned to our respective districts know who to contact. If they come in contact with a sexual assault victim, we have a victim services division. We have our detectives that are assigned to our sexual assault unit who have the specialty training in order to address that. When it comes to our drug enforcement, we do have a relationship with DEA. We have officers that are assigned to various task force, if you will, across the city to help support that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So earlier today, we had our budget oversight hearing with the Office of Police Complaints. And Director Tobin was noting that they couldn't implement recent legislative changes like the provision that offers OPC a chance to review general orders from MPD to give their advice, or the public misconduct database, because the counterparts at MPD that are needed for those implementations weren't funded. So the council funded last year the positions at OPC, but the positions at MPD need to be funded for those to be implemented. And so what is the feasibility of MPD funding those positions within your current budget to bring to life those legislative pieces?
I heard that when it came up this morning, but I'm not as familiar with what was included in that fiscal impact statement. And so I will follow up with Kelly. I don't think it's just a staffing issue. I think there's a systems issue as well. And so that's kind of I don't think that that's something we could necessarily absorb, because I don't think it was as high as it was stated at the earlier, but I don't think it's just bodies.
Yeah.
But I'm not well versed enough in it.
Okay, no, I understand. I mean, I think that there are a number of different provisions of that bill, many of which would have different costs, and certainly a database and creating a new database would have a separate cost. But when it comes to the general order piece in particular, this is a provision that said OPC could review draft orders to MPD and provide comments just between the two agencies. And that is something that the positions at OPC were funded, but in order to actualize that, their position was that it has to have their counterpart positions at MPD to exchange that information.
We'll look into it. I know we've shared policies with them and incorporated their feedback on some. I don't know if this is something that is different that they're asking for now, that is broader than reviewing policies as we go.
Okay. Because I mean, there was some public witness testimony too about just earlier training and involvement with OPC. What is the level of interaction like between MPD and OPC outside of a case moving forward?
Well, I know I sat as the chairperson of our Use of Force Review Board Committee. The short period of time I served as the Assistant Chief of our Homeland Security Bureau, and I thought it was a congenial relationship. I mean, Director Tobin himself sits on that committee. It was not adversarial in no way, shape, form, or fashion. He was very instrumental, if necessary, with providing input when there were opportunities for us to discuss use of force cases.
Well, thank you for that. I guess I more mean less about the relationship and more about the infrastructure in place. So if Director Tobin sees 20 cases of a kind of similar trend, are there any opportunities for collaboration between OPC and MPD to say, hey, let's bolster our training in this area for an additional?
Absolutely, and we would, and I can only speak for myself as the chief. I would offer that as certainly a viable tool for me, just like in any other area. When I'm made aware of that there is a significant increase in this, then maybe we need to take some measures and steps to ensure that officers have and employees have the appropriate training, and this would be no different.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I do want to briefly address the news article that came out recently about MPD allegedly selling firearms and then these firearms ending up at crime scenes. Our teams have talked about this and gotten some very helpful information and context about what was going on here, but I want to clarify for the record what your position is about why you were tasked with this responsibility and if there are any legal requirements for MPD to take over as a federal firearm licensee. And Chief, if you could put your microphone back on.
I'm so
Thank
sorry.
you.
Forgive
No
me.
worries.
You know, I'm used to, I was saying, as you know, I wasn't a member of the department during this time frame, but I'll tell you what I can understand about the case. So for more than a decade, the District of Columbia had one federal firearms licensee, a business that transferred handguns bought by DC residents outside of the city into DC, as is required by federal law. For all of these individuals, MPD conducted DC's gun registration process, which includes a comprehensive background check based on the applicant's fingerprints. Because of a concern about DC's legal position, if there was no legal route for residents to exercise their constitutional rights, the council had enacted legislation, providing for MPD to serve as an FFL if there was no business providing this service. In March of 2020, the one FFL ceased operation. And at that time, MPD consumed its responsibility under district law to serve as an FFL until another business began operation. For less than a year, MPD transferred in guns bought by DC residents out of state. And during that time, MPD continued to conduct the same rigorous background check as it did before and as it does right now. I think the context behind that was that it was certainly tragic that there were guns that were ever used in crimes to hurt people, but it's not surprising that of the more than 8,000, I think I said 800 before, 8,000 guns that were transferred while MPD served as the FFL, some were used in crimes. They can be lost, stolen, or illegally resold and used in crimes anywhere, or people who have no previous criminal record can commit a crime. And in determining whether to register a gun to someone, MPD can only apply district law, and that is what we continue to do today.
Thank you for that context, Chief. And when you say transfer, did MPD ever directly sell guns?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
That is
And
not my
so,
understanding.
you know, notwithstanding the extremely frustrating constitutionality of the requirement at the current state of the law, do you think that MPD should be the FLL?
No. I do not.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I would concur with that viewpoint.
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you about the Faith Advisory Council and kind of what efforts are underway, what type of work is going on. I had the opportunity to meet some folks from the Faith Advisory Council on Sunday night who were very excited to be a part of the effort and want to get a sense from your perspective how that work is going and what your plans are moving forward.
So thank you for asking that. That is one of the projects that's very passionate and very close to my heart because I find that when I got in this seat, I found that also another safe space for our residents is also the church and their faith-based groups. And what has been really key for me is within our third district, these members of the Faith Advisory Council are now part of a program that we call Cops and Clergy. Whenever we have significant incidents or crime or even homicides, these members of clergy will come out to the district or to the residential area, the community, with the commander and walk those areas and talk to the community members to help them to feel safer. We just launched that program also in our 5th district, but not at my request, but one of the commanders thought it was a really good opportunity to engage. And so what it is that we've had our 2nd quarterly meeting. The first meeting was to launch the program, to explain to all of the different faith-based groups my passion around how we can also be instrumental in our communities and helping to drive down crime. They are not just from the crime perspective, but also helping people who need financial support, members in our community who also need clothing and food and distribution and things like that. Our churches have been, and or synagogues and mosques have been very, very instrumental in that space. So we organized 4 committees, and each faith-based organization has assigned him or herself or their organization to one of those committees. And just about 3 weeks ago, they did a report out, and some of them are doing some really phenomenal work in their communities. As a matter of fact, in Ward 8, one of the churches is getting ready to host a career fair underneath the auspice of the Faith Advisory Group. And I look forward to every time I have the opportunity to speak to any of the leaders of those faith-based organizations to hear the work that they're doing and how involved they are with law enforcement. This was something, I was a part of a faith-based alliance in New York City when I lived in New York. And this was one of the things that I thought was really helpful after a critical incident, really getting our, when you talk about, and the mayor talks about it all the time, the full ecosystem, effective and impactful in this space. Some people have a really great affinity towards their faith. I see it, a lot of other folks see it. And being able to, and when victims of crime, when they are victims of crime, one of the places that people feel very comfortable with are going back to their faith-based organizations. And I'm very excited about it. I think our first meeting, we had well over almost 150 to 200 members represented at the cathedral. It was very nice. We just had another a meeting over off M Street. And so I'm just appreciative of the fact that we have other folks that are in this fight with us to fight crime. And they don't necessarily have to be folks who are law enforcement officers, but people in the community who see things happening. We're building those relationships, and what a great place to do it with our faith-based organizations.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much. I'm very excited about this program, this partnership that you have built, and I think it is very responsive to the needs that we're seeing across the district right now, and I'm hopeful it'll lead to a lot of safety improvements. That concludes my questions for you, Chief. I want to give you a chance if you have anything you want to share that we didn't get to touch on, or any closing thoughts you have.
No, I don't think I have anything I'd like to share except to certainly thank you, and you've been such a strong supporter in this space, especially since I've been here. And I tell you, it's very refreshing, right? I've been in this space during, and I say this space, but in law enforcement during a time period when our country was facing some really, really critical issues when it comes to law enforcement, and to see how we're shifting. And we're receiving the support that we need. And it's not about me. It's really not. It's really about how we support our officers and how we support the work that they do. My job is there's an accountability piece because I own the crime that happens across the District of Columbia. But more importantly is making sure that we have a council and a body to support the mayor in her efforts to ensure that we have the financial budget to support the efforts that we want to see that's going to help us to keep our city safer. So thank you so much for that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much, Chief. Thank you for all that you do every single day on behalf of our city, and to your entire amazing team who is very responsive to us. And thank you especially to Kelly O'Meara, who I've got to say we reach out to multiple times every day, and is always extremely professional and responsive. And so thank you. And again, to all of our officers, we appreciate you, we support you, and we know that together we can see improved peace and security and safety for all of our residents across the city. That's what we're going to keep fighting for. Chief, you have something else to add?
I do, our professional staff, because they are really instrumental in places and spaces that we are not. And I think they're the backbone of our organization, our agency, to really push the administrative responsibilities forward so that those of us who are in law enforcement can do the work that we do.
Amen.
Yes, ma'am.
Agree to that. On that note, I'd also like to thank my staff for all of your hard work and getting this budget moving and organized. So thanks again, and thanks to all of our public witnesses today for your testimony. With that, the time is now 5:40.